Chapter 27-28. Duan Lingtian walked behind the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was calm, without joy or sorrow. Even when the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nyin clan's auction house appeared in front of him and were about to attack him, his expression did not change at all. The reason he was so calm was not because he was confident he could deal with an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but because he knew the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the fleeting time and would definitely not stand idly by. Before killing that young man, Duan Lingtian already knew, as long as the overarching heavenly supreme celestial from fleeting time and did not allow him to kill the young man, he would not be able to kill the young man. And if the other party didn't interfere, it meant that they had tacitly allowed him to kill the young man. Under such circumstances, he was naturally not worried about the consequences of killing the young man. And the truth was just as he thought. When the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nyin clan's auction house were about to attack him, the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time and also appeared before him. However, they were not there to attack him, they were there to protect him. The two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time and must have mentioned the fourth prince during that critical moment. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. 5 days ago, the innkeeper of the fleeting time and had witnessed the confrontation between Duan Lingtian and the fourth prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Due to Duan Lingtian's strength, the fourth prince did not dare to provoke him. And the fact that the fourth prince didn't dare to provoke him was enough to show how extraordinary he was. As long as the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time and told the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nyin clan's auction house, they would not dare to touch Duan Lingtian. Even the fourth prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom did not dare to touch him. They were merely two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nyin clan. Along the way, Duan Lingtian could sense that the guests of fleeting time and were wary of him. Regarding this, he could understand. After all, he had just killed a guest of the fleeting time inn, and he was not punished in any way. In fact, the people of the fleeting time inn were protecting him. We're here. After about 15 minutes, the overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Nyin clan's auction house said, causing Duan Lingtian and the others to stop in their tracks. They turned to look at the person in front of them. Up ahead, a magnificent house that occupied a vast area appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. At a glance, every single detail of the house was meticulously crafted, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. This is the Nyin family auction house? It's quite stylish. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. But this doesn't seem to be the main entrance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that there was no one at the entrance of the Nyin family's auction house. At the same time, the door did not seem to match the splendor of the Nyin family's auction house. It was more like a small door or a back door. Everyone, please come in. After the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nyin family's auction house entered the Nyin family's auction house, a few attendants from the Nyin family's auction house came out and welcomed Duan Lingtian and the others into the Nyin family's auction house. Then, they were provided with a private room each. The private rooms in the Nyin family's auction house were divided into 3 levels. Duan Lingtian and the others were led to a private room on the 2nd level. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, or if the Nyin family's auction house intended this, but Duan Lingtian and the others were led to a private room called Earth No. 1. It was also the one with the best geographical location on the 2nd floor. It was also the one in the middle. The window of the private room faced the auction stage. The Nyin family's auction house is quite big. It's bigger than any of the auction houses I've been to before. Duan Lingtian sat in front of the window of the private room and looked at the auction stage and the rows of seats in front of it. He could not help but sigh inwardly. In front of Duan Lingtian was an exquisitely carved wooden table with a tea set placed on top of it. Right now, there was a beautiful servant girl pouring tea for him. How should I address you, young master? The servant girl smiled sweetly at Duan Lingtian as she poured tea for him. My surname is Duan. Duan Lingtian picked up the cup of tea the servant girl had poured for him and took a sip. His eyes lit up immediately. Good tea. As soon as he took a sip, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a gentle energy flowing through his 99 heavenly veins. Although it didn't bring any improvement to his cultivation, it gave him a very comfortable feeling. He felt warm all over. Young Master Duan, this is a tea leaf cultivated by our Nyin clan's third master when he was young. It's called the warm spring tea. Although it's not an immortal tea that can raise one's cultivation base, it can make one feel as if they're bathing in a spring breeze. Duan Lingtian nodded. Warm spring tea? That's a good name. It lives up to its name. Duan Lingtian nodded. After that, Duan Lingtian chatted with the servant girl for a while and learned about the 3 private rooms in the Nyin clan's auction house. They were the Heaven private room, the Earth private room, and the Human private room. The Heaven private room was only open to members of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Naturally, members of the imperial family of a high-rank Celestial Kingdom would also be arranged to stay in the Heaven private room. Therefore, the Heaven private room was basically reserved for the imperial family. The first Earth private room is the best private room for people who aren't members of the imperial family of a high-rank Celestial Kingdom. Even the emperor of an intermediate-rank Celestial Kingdom can only stay in the first Earth private room if he comes to the Nyin clan's auction house. I didn't expect the Nyin clan's auction house to arrange for me to stay in the first Earth private room. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, he was also 100% sure that he was right. The person in charge of the Nyin family's auction house must have known that he was not afraid of the 4th prince. Otherwise, he would not have arranged for him to be in the first private room. If the person in charge of the Nyin family's auction house finds out that I don't have a powerful background, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll throw me out of this Earth number 1 private room. Duan Lingtian mocked in his heart. He did not expect his act in front of the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would bring him so much convenience. But now, this convenience was something he could peacefully enjoy. After all, to a certain extent, apart from acting, he was also taking a risk. Soon, the auction began. On the auction stage, a host appeared. She was a graceful, luxurious, and extremely voluptuous beautiful woman. When she opened her mouth, not only was her voice pleasant to hear, it was also filled with charm. As the beautiful woman spoke, one by one, the auction items were brought to the auction stage and won by the people. An hour later, Duan Lingtian did not make a bid. This was because, up until now, he had yet to see what he wanted. Duan Lingtian continued to drink his tea. At the same time, the maidservant kept pouring tea for him. In the Nyin family's auction house, the Heaven number 1 private rooms were reserved for the imperial family of a high-rank Celestial Kingdom. Naturally, if an important figure from a powerful Celestial Kingdom came, he or she would be invited to the Heaven number 1 private room. However, this had never happened in the Nyin family's auction house. This was because no important figure from a powerful Celestial Kingdom had ever come to the Nyin family's auction house. The Heaven number 1 private room was resplendent. Whether it was the decoration or the layout, it was far superior to Duan Lingtian's Earth number 1 private room. At this moment, a handsome young man was sitting in front of a jade table in the Heaven number 1 private room. The handsome young man was dressed in a white robe with golden edges. His cheeks were fair and rosy, making him look so delicate that even women would be envious of him. However, between his brows, there was a unique masculine aura. When paired with his fair and rosy skin, it formed a contradictory combination, which also added a bit of charm to his entire person. The 2 maidservants standing in front of the jade table stole glances at the handsome young man from time to time. Every time they stole glances at him, they would blush shyly. "Your Highness, the 13th Prince, there's nothing good in this small auction. Why don't you come back after the big auction?" The person in charge of the Nyin family's auction house, an old man in his 70s, said to the handsome young man with a humble smile on his face. "I'm just here to join in the fun. I have no intention of bidding for anything." From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the person in charge of the Nyin family's auction house at all. The person in charge of the Nyin family's auction house was a profound, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial from the Nyin family. He was on a completely different level compared to the 4 yellow-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who had escorted Duan Lingtian and the others to the auction house. However, the handsome young man seemed to have completely disregarded the person in charge of the auction house. Not only was the handsome young man not displeased, but he felt it was only right. But, just as the person in charge of the Yin family's auction house was about to say something, the middle-aged man who was resting with his eyes closed behind the handsome young man suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze landed on the person in charge of the Yin family's auction house. "Your Highness, the 13th Prince, if you need anything, just ask the maidservants to inform me." The person in charge of the Yin family's auction house felt his scalp go numb when he was stared at by the middle-aged man behind the handsome young man. He shuddered and quickly excused himself. If it was said that the reason he was afraid of the handsome young man was because of the young man's identity, however, the reason he was afraid of the middle-aged man behind the handsome young man was because of the middle-aged man's strength. "I didn't expect the person next to the 13th Prince to be a heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly, supreme, celestial. I've only felt that gaze from the old ancestor before." Chapter 27-29. The strongest person in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom was only a peak, overarching, heavenly, supreme, celestial, and there were only two of them. Apart from peak, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestials, there were no more than 10 heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestials in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. I know the 4th and 7th princes are accompanied by heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestials, but I didn't expect the 13th prince to be accompanied by a heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial as well. Logically speaking, this is impossible. After leaving the Sky Number 1 private room, the person in charge of the Yin family's auction house was still puzzled. Although the 13th prince was not inferior to the 4th and 7th princes in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom and was a hindrance to the 4th and 7th princes, not many people were optimistic about the 13th prince's chances of winning the throne. This was because the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom suspected that the 13th prince was not his biological son. For this reason, he treated the 13th prince coldly. He only cared about the 4th and 7th princes, so he even assigned a heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial to protect them. As for the 13th prince, he only gave him an earth-rank, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial. In the past, whenever he met the 13th prince, the 13th prince would always be accompanied by the earth stage, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial. However, this time, he did not see the earth stage, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial. Instead, he saw a new face. The person next to the 13th prince isn't from the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. I'm certain there's no such person among the 7 heaven stage, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestials in the imperial family. The person in charge of the Yin clan's auction house was also an elder of the Yin clan. Therefore, he knew about the 7 heaven stage, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestials of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom through the Yin clan. But, as he learned, he was not one of the 7 heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestials in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. That person should be an expert that the 13th prince found elsewhere. In the end, the person in charge of the Yin family's auction house could only make such a guess. Once he made that guess, he could not help but gasp. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a heaven stage, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial. In the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, as long as a heaven stage, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial did not offend the imperial family, they could do whatever they wanted. Even the Yin clan, a top clan in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, only had one heaven realm, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial. Based on this, one could see how rare heaven realm, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestials were in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Due to this reason, heaven stage, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestials enjoyed a high status in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. But now, he saw a heaven rank, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial, whom Duan Ling Tian had never seen before, was standing next to the 13th prince. Everyone says that the 13th prince is not simple. In some aspects, even the 4th prince and the 7th prince are far inferior to him. Today, I have seen it for myself. Putting everything else aside, it's impossible for the 4th prince and the 7th prince to recruit a heaven stage, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial on their own. The person in charge of the Yin family's auction house thought to himself. At this moment, he realized he had underestimated the 13th prince. We must inform the clan and ask the clan leader to inform the 7th prince. The fact that a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial has appeared by the 13th prince's side and isn't sent by the emperor is enough for the 7th prince to take this seriously. With this thought in mind, the person in charge of the Yin family's auction house took out a communication celestial talisman and sent a message back to the Yin family. Similar to the Zhou family and the 4th prince, the Yin family and the 7th prince had a close relationship as well. After all, the 7th prince's mother was the sister of the clan leader of the Zhou family. If the 4th prince had the backing of the Zhou clan when he fought for the throne, then the 7th prince had the backing of the Yin clan when he fought for the throne. As for the 13th prince, his mother was not from a prominent family in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Instead, she was brought back by the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For this reason, the 13th prince had no one to rely on and could only rely on himself. Moreover, due to certain matters, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was not 100% certain that the 13th prince was his biological son. Due to this reason, the 13th prince's path to the throne was fraught with difficulties. Not many people were optimistic about his chances. Although the 13th prince was not inferior to the 4th prince and the 7th prince in all aspects, the 13th prince was still not confident in his chances. The auction continued in the Yin family's auction house. As time passed, Duan Lingtian, who was in the first earth room, finally obtained the item he had been waiting for. It was a profound-grade cultivation method. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a profound-grade cultivation method called the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique. A graceful and elegant woman with a seductive voice spoke slowly on the auction stage. As soon as her voice rang in the air, it reverberated throughout the auction house. Even the people in the private rooms could hear her seductive voice clearly. After introducing the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique, the beautiful woman raised her voice and said, "The starting price of the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique is 10,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Each increment must be no less than 5,000 Supreme Celestial Stones." Duan Lingtian sat by the window of the first earth room. He did not participate in the auction. The price of the profound-grade cultivation method, the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique, continued to rise. In the end, it was bought by a person in the earth room for 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Congratulations to the guest in the 6th earth room for successfully obtaining the profound-grade cultivation method, the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique. Next, the 2nd profound-grade cultivation method will be sold. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the 2nd profound-grade cultivation method was displayed before everyone in the auction house. In the end, the profound-grade cultivation method was sold for 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. A profound-grade cultivation method for 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones isn't expensive at all. In the first earth room, Duan Lingtian, who had yet to make his move, was not in a hurry at all when he saw the 2 profound-grade cultivation methods being taken away. He sat there calmly with a calm expression on his face. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. There were 2 reasons he had yet to make a move. Firstly, there were 5 profound-grade cultivation methods left. Secondly, Duan Lingtian did not like the 2 profound-grade cultivation methods. Although the Xin-grade cultivation methods were similar, there were still some small differences. For example, the first profound-grade cultivation method would subtly change the characteristics of one's celestial origin energy when one cultivated it. It would make one's celestial origin energy gentle, making it more suitable for people who walked the path of gentleness. On the other hand, the 2nd profound-grade cultivation method was the opposite of the first profound-grade cultivation method. Duan Lingtian did not like either of the 2 profound-grade cultivation methods. He preferred the cultivation method that allowed one to temper one's celestial origin energy to be both gentle and firm. After the 2 profound-grade cultivation methods were sold, the 5th profound-grade cultivation method finally satisfied Duan Lingtian's desire. Due to this reason, he also began to bid for it. Moreover, he was the first one to bid. 10,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. After Duan Lingtian placed his bid, he waited for the others to raise their bids before he followed suit and bid as well. After all, apart from the first 2 profound-grade cultivation methods that were sold for 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones each, The remaining 2 profound grade cultivation methods were sold for 80,000 supreme celestial stones each. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not think he would be able to obtain the profound grade cultivation method with just 10,000 supreme celestial stones. Unless, of course, everyone else was mute at this moment. 15,000 supreme celestial stones. It did not take long for someone to make a bid. It was someone from the auction house. The people in the other Earth rooms shuddered when they heard the bid. Based on that voice, the person in the first Earth room seems to be the person who killed another guest of the fleeting time and before coming to the Nyin clan's auction house. The fact that he's protected by the fleeting time and after killing another guest means that he's not a simple person. Otherwise, the fleeting time and wouldn't have protected him at the risk of ruining their reputation. We can't afford to offend this person. We can't afford to offend him. The people in the Earth rooms were all from the fleeting time in with Duan Lingtian. After all, they had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing another guest of the fleeting time in and coming out unscathed. Therefore, they were certain Duan Lingtian was not someone they could afford to offend. For this reason, none of them dared to make a bid against Duan Lingtian. 30,000 supreme celestial stones. After Duan Lingtian made his bid for the 3rd time, no one made a bid for the 3rd time. The group of people in the auction hall didn't make a sound because they had limited financial resources and couldn't afford to pay a higher price. Now, many people raised their heads to look at the Earth boxes, wanting to see if the people in the other Earth boxes were competing with the people in the first Earth box. However, even after a long time, it was as if the people in the other Earth boxes were completely silent at this moment. What's going on in the other Earth rooms? Why aren't they bidding? That's a profound grade cultivation method we're talking about. Even if it's sold on the black market at a low price, I'm sure it can be sold for 60,000 to 70,000 supreme celestial stones. The people in the Earth rooms are more than capable of buying it and reselling it. That's true. Why aren't they bidding? This is a free opportunity to earn celestial stones. The auction house was in an uproar for a while, but the people in the other Earth rooms still did not make a bid. It seems like the person in the first Earth room isn't simple. Isn't that obvious? If the person in the first Earth room is an ordinary person, why aren't the people in the other Earth rooms bidding? After all, the people in the other Earth rooms haven't made a bid since the first time he made a bid. Soon after, many people in the auction house speculated that the person in the first Earth room was not simple. At the very least, the people in the other Earth rooms did not dare to bid against him. Chapter 27:30. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian bid 10,000 supreme celestial stones, another person in the auction house bid 15,000 supreme celestial stones. When Duan Lingtian bid 20,000 supreme celestial stones, another person in the auction house bid 25,000 supreme celestial stones. At this moment, when the 2 people who had bid with Duan Lingtian saw that the Earth box had become completely silent, their expressions changed drastically. At the same time, their hearts were filled with anxiety. They were afraid the person in the first Earth room would cause trouble for them after the auction ended. After all, based on the current situation, the person in the auction house was not ordinary. After all, the person in the first Earth room was clearly not an ordinary person. What a joke. If he was an ordinary person, how could the people in the Earth room be so quiet? At the same time, the group of people in the human-grade rooms who were about to continue bidding with Duan Lingtian shut their mouths obediently. They did not dare to make any rash moves. Although the people in the human room were more or less powerful than the people in the auction house, they were not as powerful as the people in the Earth room. Anyone with a bit of status would at least be arranged to be in an Earth box. For this reason, when the people in the human room saw that the people in the Earth room were silent, they did not dare to make a sound. The person in the first Earth room is bidding 30,000 supreme celestial stones for the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fusion tactic. Is there anyone else? The alluring voice of the beautiful woman resounded in the auction house. 30,000 supreme celestial stones going once, 30,000 supreme celestial stones going twice. Just as the beautiful woman was about to bid again, the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fusion tactic, would belong to Duan Lingtian. There seems to be someone in the first heaven room. The window there is open. There must be someone in there. I wonder which prince or prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom is in there. The princes of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom rarely come to the Nyan clan's auction house. I think it must be a prince. I'm afraid only ordinary princes would come to a small-scale auction held by the Nyan clan's auction house. However, even an ordinary prince wouldn't be afraid of the person in the first earth room. I wonder if the person in the first heaven VIP room will participate in the auction for this mysterious grade cultivation technique. As some sharp-eyed people in the auction hall open their mouths, most of the people in the auction hall raise their heads and fix their eyes on the heavenly number 1 box with its window open. The first heaven room? Someone from the imperial family actually came to a small-scale auction held by the Nyan clan's auction house? Duan Lingtian, who was in the first heaven room, was surprised. However, he was not worried that the person would bid against him would bid for the profound grade cultivation method. The profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fusion tactic, the profound grade cultivation method was the profound grade cultivation method was the nether fusion tactic? Duan Lingtian, who was the profound grade cultivation at the most? It would not be worth it if he bid more than that. But I didn't expect that not a single one of the fleeting Timon's guests would bid against me after I killed one of their guests on my way here. This was something Duan Lingtian did not expect as well. Listening to the discussions in the auction hall, he was also a little curious as to whether the person in the first private room would bid against him. However, after a long time, the person in the first heaven room remained silent even though the beautiful woman on the stage tried to stall for time. 30,000 supreme celestial stones going thrice. The beautiful woman didn't dare delay any longer when she noticed that she had delayed for a long time. She announced the owner of the profound grade cultivation method. Congratulations to the guest in the first earth room for obtaining the mid-grade cultivation method, the nether fusion technique, for 30,000 top-grade celestial stones. He had obtained a profound grade cultivation method with 30,000 supreme celestial stones. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian had profited this time. He didn't bid. Many people in the auction house were surprised and puzzled. Isn't that normal? The guest in the first heaven room is from the imperial family. It's only natural that he wouldn't be interested in a profound grade cultivation method. As for selling the profound grade cultivation method to the black market, the imperial family wouldn't stoop to such a low price. You have a point. I wonder, which prince is in the number 1 private room? When the attention of the crowd in the auction hall shifted to the heavenly box number 1, Zhang Tai's expression changed. Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, was sitting in the first heaven room with a surprised expression on his face. He is actually interested in a profound level cultivation technique? A disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland is interested in a profound grade cultivation method? That's impossible, right? Is it possible that he's not a disciple from a powerful sect outside the yellow wasteland? Long Fei Yun muttered to himself as he tapped the jade bracelet in front of him with his hand. Naturally, he didn't come to the Nyan clan's auction house for this small auction. Normally, there wouldn't be anything that could interest him in a small auction. He came for Duan Lingtian. Although the Nyan clan had a close relationship with the 7th prince, the innkeeper of the fleeting time inn was one of Long Fei Yun's men. He had learned about the incident between the 4th prince and Duan Lingtian earlier than the 7th prince. For this reason, he was interested in Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he came to the Nyan clan's auction house today. The auction continued. Duan Lingtian was not interested in any of the items in the auction house. He had already achieved his goal of coming to the auction house today. As time passed, the auction was about to come to an end. Duan Lingtian was about to leave the fleeting time inn with the guests of the Nyan clan's auction house. Guest. Suddenly, a voice rang from outside the first earth room. Young Master Duan, this is Elder Yu, the person in charge of the Nyan clan's auction house. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice and looked towards the door of the room, the servant girl at the side had already informed Duan Lingtian of the identity of the person outside. The person in charge of the Nyan clan's auction house? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He was curious about the visitor's purpose. Open the door. Duan Lingtian ordered the maidservant. Upon receiving the order, the maidservant immediately opened the door and bowed respectfully at the old man standing outside the room. Elder Yu. When Duan Lingtian turned to look at the old man had already entered the room. He bowed slightly at Duan Lingtian and said, "Guest, I'm the person in charge of the auction house. His Highness, the 13th Prince, wishes to see you. What do you think?" The 13th Prince? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He knew about the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He knew the 13th Prince was in no way inferior to the 4th and 7th Princes. In fact, the 13th Prince was even more outstanding than the 4th and 7th Princes. If it were not for the fact that the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom disliked the 13th Prince, he would definitely be able to compete with the 4th and 7th Princes for the throne. It seems like the person in the first Earth Room is the 13th Prince. Duan Lingtian had also guessed the 13th Prince's identity.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded at the old man. After the old man received Duan Lingtian's permission, he immediately walked out of the room and stood by the door. Then, he respectfully made an inviting gesture and said to the handsome young man standing at the side, "Your Highness, the 13th Prince, please enter." At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw the famous 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. It's just as the rumors say. The 13th Prince is very handsome. Moreover, he's handsome with both strength and gentleness. After a while, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man standing behind the 13th Prince. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but when he stood behind the 13th Prince, he seemed as steady as Mount Tai. Moreover, he emitted a peculiar aura. Although it was not obvious, Duan Lingtian could still sense it. The reason why he could sense it was because he had subconsciously come into contact with this aura before, so he had a very deep impression of it. This aura, it's similar to Morongbing's. Duan Lingtian had come into contact with this kind of aura from Morongbing whom he had slept with before. Moreover, he was certain this was not an ordinary aura. It was an aura that was unintentionally emitted when one's cultivation base had reached a certain stage. "My name is Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. How should I address you, brother?" Long Fei Yun greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile after he entered the room. "My surname is Duan." Duan Lingtian nodded at Long Fei Yun before he pointed at the chair in front of the table. "13th Prince, please have a seat." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Long Fei Yun did not stand on ceremony and sat down. He glanced at the person in charge of the Nyin clan's auction house and said indifferently, "Bring your people out. I have something to say to Brother Duan in private." "Yes, Your Highness." The person in charge of the Nyin clan's auction house replied respectfully before he left the room with his servant. "Brother Duan, I've heard about you since a few days ago. You're the first person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to make the 4th miss of the Zhou clan suffer such a huge loss." When Long Fei Yun looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he was talking to an old friend. "It seems like you have a subordinate in the Fleeting Time Inn," Duan Lingtian said meaningfully as he looked at Long Fei Yun. Although his relationship with Zhou Shudong was no secret in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, not many people knew he was in the Fleeting Time Inn, let alone recognize him. Not to mention the others, just the guests of the Fleeting Time Inn who came with him to the auction house were a group of people. Chapter 2731. Naturally, when Duan Lingtian said the 13th Prince had planted someone in the Fleeting Time Inn, he did not mean that the 13th Prince had planted someone in the Fleeting Time Inn as a guest. Instead, it was the 13th Prince who had planted someone in the inn. The Fleeting Time Inn was one of the most important properties of the Nyin clan. Moreover, the Nyin clan had a close relationship with the 7th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Naturally, they would not serve the 13th Prince. For this reason, there was only one possibility. The 13th Prince, Long Fei Yun, must have planted a subordinate in the Fleeting Time Inn who was privy to a lot of information. To tell you the truth, Brother Duan, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn, Wang Pong, is one of my subordinates. Long Fei Yun smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Oh." Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He asked in surprise, "The 13th Prince is so honest with me. Aren't you worried I'll spread the news? If I spread the news, even if the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn doesn't die, he'll at least be skinned alive, right? Moreover, from now on, you'll have one less informant in the Nyin clan." Duan Lingtian looked at Long Fei Yun meaningfully when he finished speaking. "Will you?" Long Fei Yun asked with a smile on his face. I'm not that bored. Duan Lingtian shrugged. He had only come to the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to find a place to stay. He would leave when he found a place to go. To Duan Lingtian, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the Wasteland were just a stepping stone for him to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven. He needed to leave the Wasteland and head to a wider world to seek higher cultivation bases as quickly as possible. He only had 1,000 years of time. If he was not strong enough after 1,000 years, it would be difficult for him to rescue his wife, Kerr, and his family and friends even if he managed to enter the Divine Offering Land. Although he had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 10 years, he had already attained his current cultivation base. However, he knew this was only the beginning. This was just the beginning. The road ahead would only get harder and harder. This was because the higher one's cultivation was, the slower one's speed of improvement would be. Currently, he had not even become a great overarching golden celestial. His cultivation base was nothing in the Wasteland and the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, let alone the spirit overarching heaven. Although Duan Ling Tian's strength could not be compared to his cultivation base, he was still far from being a match for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. There was no lack of overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He had seen a few overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan, let alone the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the imperial family. If any of these overarching heavenly supreme celestials attacked him, he would not be able to withstand their attacks even if he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. That's why I told you the truth, because I believe that Brother Duan wouldn't be so bored, Long Feiyun said with a smile. Brother Duan. Long Feiyun's eyes glinted as he said bluntly, based on what I know, you're from a powerful sect outside the Wasteland. I wonder why you're interested in a profound grade cultivation method? Is there something special about the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fusion tactic? Long Feiyun was beginning to have doubts. The purple-clad young man in front of him did not have a powerful background. He was merely trying to scare his fourth brother so that his fourth brother would not dare to act on behalf of Zhou Shudong, the fourth young miss of the Zhou clan. He's indeed not even 100 years old. At this moment, a voice transmission rang in Long Feiyun's ears. It was from the middle-aged man standing behind him. As a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the middle-aged man's divine consciousness was much stronger than Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not notice the middle-aged man's divine consciousness when he probed Duan Lingtian with his divine consciousness. Moreover, he should know how to conceal his cultivation base. Initially, I wanted to probe his soul with my divine consciousness to confirm his cultivation base. However, before I could get close to his soul, my divine consciousness disappeared. The middle-aged man continued to speak to Long Feiyun through voice transmission. The celestial origin energy in Devata realms was very mysterious. It existed in the body of a celestial, but no matter how powerful a celestial was, it would be difficult to probe a celestial's cultivation base with their divine consciousness. Only when the celestial origin energy was released would one be able to roughly guess a celestial's cultivation base. This was due to the existence of the heavenly veins. For this reason, in the Devata realms, one had to probe a celestial's cultivation base through the soul, since the increase in one's cultivation base would be accompanied by the increase in one's soul. This was similar to cultivators in the mundane realms. Whoosh! A wave of energy surged out from the table in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he placed his hand on the table. His celestial origin energy surged out of his hand and collided with the wave of energy, suppressing it. The 13th prince's hobby is similar to the 4th prince's. At the same time, he looked at Long Feiyun meaningfully and said, "Don't worry, Long Feiyun won't be able to defeat you. A great overarching golden celestial. A great overarching golden celestial, who's not even 100 years old." Long Feiyun was still in a daze when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect the purple-clad young man, who was not even 100 years old, to be a great overarching golden celestial. Based on his probing earlier, he was 100% certain the young man was not weak at all. He was certain the young man was as strong as a yellow-rank great, overarching golden celestial. Most importantly, the young man was not weak at all. He was certain the young man was not even 100 years old. No wonder fourth brother is wary of him. As it turns out, it's not only because of his junior sister who's younger than him, it's also because of him. I've never seen his junior sister before, so I'm not sure if she's strong enough to kill an Earth-rank great, overarching golden celestial from the Zhou clan, even though she's not even 100 years old. However, this young man with the surname Duan is indeed not even 100 years old. He's at least a yellow-rank great, overarching golden celestial. When Long Feiyun looked at Duan Lingtian again, he could not hide the shock in his eyes. At this moment, he no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's identity. He did not think it was important since Duan Lingtian was a great overarching golden celestial, even though he was not even 100 years old. This made him think of something else. Perhaps I can make a deal with him. With this thought in mind, Long Feiyun's eyes suddenly lit up like two bright stars in the night sky. Brother Duan, I have an Earth-grade cultivation method. I wonder if you're interested? Long Feiyun asked bluntly as he stared at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. An Earth-grade cultivation method? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock when he heard Long Feiyun's words. However, it did not take long before he regained his senses. 13th Prince, you're talking about the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's inherited cultivation method, right? Based on Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the inherited cultivation method of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The only known Earth-grade cultivation method in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was the inherited cultivation method of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As far as I know, only the direct descendants of the imperial family are allowed to cultivate the legacy cultivation method of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, there's a rule in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom that anyone who imparts the legacy cultivation method to outsiders, regardless of their status, will be hunted down by the imperial family. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, 13th Prince, are you trying to test me to see if I'm interested in the Earth-grade cultivation method? If I'm interested in the Earth-grade cultivation method, coupled with the fact that I bid for a profound-grade cultivation method, does that mean you're certain I'm not from a powerful sect outside the wasteland? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Duan Lingtian must be interested in Duan Lingtian. This must be Long Feiyun's way of testing him. Duan Lingtian's motive was just as Duan Lingtian had said. He bid for the profound-grade cultivation method because of other reasons. However, if he wanted the Earth-grade cultivation method as well, things might not be as simple as it seemed. How could a person from a powerful sect outside the wasteland, a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old, not have a decent Earth-grade cultivation method? Brother Duan, you're overthinking things. Long Feiyun shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In my opinion, it doesn't matter if you're from a powerful sect outside the wasteland or not. Naturally, I hope you're not from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. If that's the case, you might be interested in the Earth-grade cultivation method in my hands. Here, I want to clarify something to you, Brother Duan. The Earth-grade cultivation method I'm talking about is not the inherited method of the imperial family. I'm not afraid of your teasing, Brother Duan. I haven't even come into contact with the inherited cultivation method of the imperial family, let alone cultivate it. Long Feiyun clenched his fists tightly when he spoke. One could vaguely see the veins on the back of his hands throbbing. It was clear he was very agitated at this moment. It's because my father thinks I'm not his biological son. When he spoke again, Long Feiyun's eyes first flashed with a dim light, then a sharp light flashed in them. The 13th Prince doesn't cultivate the inherited cultivation method of the imperial family? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He knew the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom did not like the 13th Prince because he was unsure if the 13th Prince was his biological son. However, he did not expect the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to be so bold. He did not expect the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would not pass the inherited cultivation method of the imperial family to the 13th Prince just because he suspected the 13th Prince was not his biological son. Chapter 2732. Haha, A bitter smile appeared on Long Fei Yun's face as he said in a self-deprecating manner, "Perhaps this matter is a bit shocking, but this is the truth. My imperial father believed that my imperial mother had an affair with a man because my imperial mother was with him for a short period of time. In fact, he even thought that I might be the child of my mother and that man." Long Fei Yun paused for a moment when he spoke. However, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to sense the negative emotions in Long Fei Yun's heart. If he suspected something, why did he bring my pregnant mother back to the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? If he suspected something, why didn't he just strangle me to death after my mother died in childbirth? If he suspected something, why did he let me grow up in peace? Long Fei Yun's emotions surged as he clenched his fists tightly. His fists were also tightly clenched together. Because of the force, his fingernails dug deep into his palms and pierced through his skin, causing traces of blood to seep out. His body began to tremble violently due to his excitement. Duan Lingtian remained silent. He could understand Long Fei Yun's feelings after putting himself in Long Fei Yun's shoes. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is the same. Since he brought the 13th prince's mother back to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and allowed her to give birth to the child, why would he target a child for his own reasons? If he suspected something, he could have just left the 13th prince and his mother to fend for themselves. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He felt that the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had not handled this matter properly. Moreover, this matter had spread like wildfire. He could only imagine how the 13th prince had survived all these years. You can imagine. When a prince is suspected by the emperor to be a bastard, when a prince is disliked by the emperor because of this, how frightening is that? Since I was young, although the eunuchs and maids in the palace treated me with respect, I could see the disdain in their eyes. And I grew up in such an environment. Since I was young, I knew that I had no one to rely on. Even that high and mighty imperial father wouldn't help me in the slightest. He even ordered me not to practice the imperial family's inherited techniques. It's the only Earth-grade cultivation method in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family. Without an Earth-grade cultivation technique, I can only cultivate a profound-grade cultivation technique. However, I'm not discouraged. So what if my other brothers have Earth-grade cultivation techniques? As long as I'm willing to spend more time and energy on cultivation, why can't I catch up to them, or even surpass them? At this moment, Long Fei Yun seemed to have forgotten that the purple-clad young man in front of him was an outsider whom he had met for the first time. He vented the suppressed emotions in his heart to his heart's content. When he reached the emotional part, his body trembled even more, and 2 streams of clear tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Of course, as soon as the tears fell, they evaporated. Duan Lingtian listened quietly to Long Fei Yun's recount. Gradually, he began to feel that the 13th prince was indeed quite pitiful. At the same time, he also realized that it wasn't easy for the 13th prince to reach where he was today and be as famous as the 4th prince and the 7th prince. The 13th prince had to put in 10 or even 100 times more effort than the 4th and 7th princes. The reason why I fought so hard wasn't because I wanted to compete with 4th brother and 7th brother. I didn't want to fight for the throne. I just hoped that Imperial Father could see me and approve of me. However, when I became strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with 4th brother and 7th brother, or even be stronger than them, I found that Imperial Father still didn't like me. In the end, it was all because of his doubts. From that moment on, my mentality changed. I wanted to seize the throne. I wanted to trample on 4th and 7th brother, whom he doted on the most, to ascend to the throne. Long Fei Yun's eyes shone with an extremely cold light as he spoke. After a few moments, Long Fei Yun finally calmed down. "I'm sorry. I couldn't control my emotions and treated you as someone to confide in." After Long Fei Yun regained his senses, he smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian. "It's not easy for you. If I were you, I would have given up long ago," Duan Lingtian said in admiration. If Duan Lingtian had not experienced 2 lifetimes, he might not have been able to grow as strong as the 13th prince. Instead, he might have given up and become a useless prince. Therefore, Brother Duan, you don't have to worry that I'm testing you. There's no need for that. Long Fei Yun continued to say, it doesn't matter if you have a powerful background or not. There's no enmity between us. It's impossible for me to stand up for the fourth miss of the Zhou clan for my fourth brother. I've only said so much to tell you that the earth-grade cultivation method I possess isn't an inherited method from the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Speaking of which, the earth-grade cultivation method must have something to do with my mother. Long Fei Yun could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. I'd like to hear more about it. Although Duan Lingtian was certain Long Fei Yun was telling the truth, he did not show any interest in the earth-grade cultivation method. Brother Duan, didn't I tell you earlier that my father doesn't like me because he suspects I'm not his biological son? It's because before my mother returned to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom with him, she had an affair with someone, Long Fei Yun said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, Long Fei Yun had mentioned this matter earlier. A year ago, my mother's lover appeared in my life. To be more precise, the person whom my mother was kind to brought an earth-grade cultivation method in exchange for his life, Long Fei Yun said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. At that time, I found out, in fact, my mother's lover was only her childhood sweetheart. They had never had any physical contact before. However, my suspicious imperial father always felt that there was a relationship between them. When a man is about to die, he speaks the truth. I believe that he has no reason to lie to me. According to that person, he really liked my imperial mother, but in the end, imperial mother chose imperial father, so he gave up. He originally wanted to wander the world until he found out that imperial mother had a difficult birth and that I was ostracized because of him. Initially, he wanted to take me with him. However, his strength was limited, so he couldn't break through the walls of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial palace. In the end, he died for an earth-grade cultivation method. However, before he died, he asked Qiu Ling to look for me and asked Qiu Ling to follow me for 1,000 years. Moreover, he also asked Qiu Ling to bring the earth-grade cultivation method to me. He knew my father had ordered me not to cultivate the only earth-grade cultivation method in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He's Qiu Ling, a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's grateful to my mother's childhood sweetheart. Long Fei Yun pointed at the middle-aged man behind him as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. A heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man standing behind Long Fei Yun. A hint of shock could be seen in his eyes. Not only was he shocked by the middle-aged man's cultivation, but he was also shocked by the aura that the middle-aged man inadvertently exuded. It was an aura that he found very familiar and difficult to restrain. I'm sure it's the aura of someone who has reached a certain stage. Does this mean she's also a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? A beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect whom he had once slept with. Although he knew Murong Bing was not as simple as she looked, he did not expect her to be so powerful. He did not expect her to be a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As for the earth-grade cultivation method that Brother Duan is interested in, it's the one that I'm currently cultivating. It originated from my mother's childhood sweetheart, Qiu Ling, who gave it to me. Long Fei Yun continued to say, what do you want me to do? Duan Lingtian looked at Long Fei Yun and asked after he regained his senses. There was no free lunch in this world. He believed that since Long Fei Yun had asked him if he was interested in an earth-rank cultivation method, it meant that Long Fei Yun was definitely seeking something, or at least something from him. Otherwise, why would Duan Lingtian give him an earth-grade cultivation method for no reason? It seems like you're interested in my earth-grade cultivation method, Brother Duan. In that case, Brother Duan, you're indeed not someone from a powerful sect outside the wasteland? Long Fei Yun suddenly laughed. Is that important? Duan Lingtian asked. In fact, he had weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Once he expressed his desire for an earth-rank cultivation method, it would mean that he had confessed without being pressed, admitting that everything he had said in front of the fourth prince was a lie. However, The temptation of an earth-grade cultivation method made his heart itch unbearably. In the end, based on Long Fei Yun's behavior and his belief that Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, would not collude with the 4th prince, he had made up his mind to fight for the earth-grade cultivation method Long Fei Yun had mentioned. After all, the earth-grade cultivation method was too important to him. It was what he needed the most right now. With Huan by his side, he did not have to worry about not having a good cultivation environment. As for cultivation resources such as pills, he could find other ways to obtain them. The only thing he didn't have was a high-grade cultivation method. Currently, he had no way to obtain it, therefore, now that an earth-rank cultivation method was placed in front of him, it was very attractive to him. It's not important. Chapter 27:33. I'd like to hear the details. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. A curious expression could be seen on his face. This means you're interested in the earth-grade cultivation method in my possession. At the same time, we can make a deal, Long Fei Yun said with a smile. Long Fei Yun smiled and went straight to the point. A deal? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He immediately recalled the deal he made with Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, when he first arrived in the spirit overarching heaven. The deal was that Duan Lingtian would nurture Lu Fenggu. In return, Duan Lingtian would help Lu Fenggu kill Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. After completing the deal, Duan Lingtian even obtained the gray celestial fire under Lu Fenggu's guidance. It was a mediocre celestial fire. Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. Then, he said solemnly, Brother Duan, as long as you promise me one thing, I'll teach you the earth-grade cultivation method. What is it? Duan Lingtian asked. I hope you'll participate in the martial competition held by the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom for the Grand Contest of the Wasteland in a year's time. With your strength, I'm sure you'll be able to obtain one of the 50 spots in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. Long Fei Yun paused for a moment before he asked, Brother Duan, you should know about the Grand Contest of the Wasteland, right? Long Fei Yun finally remembered. Duan Lingtian might not know about the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Grand Contest of the Wasteland is jointly held by the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. All the young powerhouses under the age of 100 from the celestial kingdoms around the Wasteland will be invited to join the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Duan Lingtian had learned about the Grand Contest of the Wasteland when he first arrived at the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was also interested in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. After all, joining the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland meant that he could use the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland as a springboard to leave the Wasteland. The 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland were the strongest forces in the Wasteland. Exactly. Long Fei Yun nodded. Since this person knew about the Wasteland Grand Competition, there was no need for him to explain any further. 13th Prince, you don't just want me to participate in the Wasteland Great Competition, right? Apart from that, you should have other goals, right? Duan Lingtian asked, taking a deep look at Long Fei Yun. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed brightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He nodded and said, with Brother Duan's strength, not only would it be easy for you to obtain a spot for the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, but it would also be easy for you to perform outstandingly in the Wasteland Grand Contest. At that time, the 3 major celestial sects would definitely want you to join them. As for me, I hope you'll join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Long Fei Yun's breathing quickened as he spoke. Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. There must be a reason why the 13th Prince wants me to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, right? Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. I want you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect because the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect is in charge of 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms, including the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Before Long Fei Yun could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. What? The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is under the control of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Apart from that, there are 12 high-rank celestial kingdoms under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's rule? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not know about the relationship between the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Brother Duan, it's normal that you don't know about this. After all, this is something only the direct descendants of the various celestial kingdoms know about. Moreover, if news of this spread, the various celestial kingdoms' imperial clans would lose a lot of face. That's why the direct descendants of the various celestial kingdoms are unwilling to spread this news. It's not just the high-rank celestial kingdoms. Even the intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms and the low-rank celestial kingdoms are under the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Apart from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Tai-E Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect are also in charge of 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms. The intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms are also under the protection of the three major celestial sects. Otherwise, why do you think the high-rank celestial kingdoms don't rely on their strength to conquer the intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms? This is because the high-rank celestial kingdoms and the intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms belong to the three major celestial sects. If there's any internal strife, the party that starts it will be severely punished by the celestial sects. After listening to Long Fei Yun's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned a lot about the Martial Dragon Celestial Sects and the Martial Dragon Celestial Sects. It also answered many of the questions in Duan Lingtian's mind. In fact, he did not understand why intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms could coexist with high-rank celestial kingdoms. Previously, he had put himself in their shoes. If he was the emperor of a high-rank celestial kingdom, he would definitely conquer the intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms to strengthen his own high-rank celestial kingdom. Now, he finally understood that it was not that the emperors of high-rank celestial kingdoms did not want to conquer the intermediate-rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms, but they could not. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed brightly as he continued to say, Brother Duan, I asked you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect because I hope you'll be able to help me become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after you grow stronger in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Even if I join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, do you think I'll be able to help you become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian asked. There's always a glimmer of hope, right? Long Fei Yun said with a self-deprecating smile. He knew his current situation very well. It was almost impossible for him to compete with his fourth and seventh brothers to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom through normal means. After all, his father would not allow him to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, unless his father was gone. However, it was easier said than done to make his father not be around. Put aside the fact that his father was the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and was surrounded by many powerhouses, his father was also a powerful heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Is it worth it to give up an earth-grade cultivation method just for a glimmer of hope? Duan Lingtian asked again. Of course, it's worth it. Long Fei Yun said, to be honest, I don't lose anything by teaching you the earth-grade cultivation method. However, it's a glimmer of hope for me to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. In other words, I've profited from this deal. Although it's a fair trade, I know it might not work out. I only hope that Brother Duan can promise me that you'll help me become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom when you're capable of interfering with the succession of the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun's words were clear. If Duan Lingtian did not have the ability to help him become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, he would accept it. However, if Duan Lingtian was capable of helping him, he hoped Duan Lingtian would do his best to help him become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. With my innate talent, it shouldn't be difficult for me to cultivate an earth-grade cultivation method after joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, right? The conditions for cultivating an earth-grade cultivation method in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect shouldn't be as harsh as the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, right?
Yes.
Long Fei Yun nodded. When the middle-aged man standing behind Long Fei Yun heard Duan Lingtian's words, He instantly looked at Duan Lingtian. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as though he would kill Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian dared to refuse Long Fei Yun. If that's the case, why should I agree to this deal? Duan Lingtian asked again, completely ignoring the middle-aged man standing behind Long Fei Yun. Apart from the Earth-grade cultivation method, I can also give you a pill formula. Long Fei Yun's expression remained unchanged when he heard Duan Lingtian's repeated questions. Pill formula? What pill formula? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He was not interested in ordinary pill formulas. The pill formula I'm referring to is the formula for the overarching heaven pill. Long Fei Yun said calmly. Boom. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. He stood rooted to the ground in a daze. The formula for the overarching heaven pill? This, as far as he knew, the overarching heaven pill was extremely rare. Let alone high-rank celestial kingdoms, even among the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, the overarching heaven pill was extremely rare. Even the overarching heaven pill in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland was refined by celestial alchemists outside of the wasteland. Due to the rarity of the overarching heaven pill formula, none of the celestial alchemists in the wasteland had mastered the formula for the overarching heaven pill. You have the formula for the overarching heaven pill? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he looked at Long Fei Yun again. The overarching heaven pill was a pill for overarching heavenly supreme celestials. A peak great overarching golden celestial would be able to break through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial after consuming it. On the other hand, an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would be able to improve their cultivation base rapidly after consuming it. The significance of the overarching heaven pill to a peak great overarching golden celestial was similar to the significance of the great overarching pill to a violet sun golden celestial. The significance of the overarching heaven pill to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was similar to the significance of the great overarching pill to a great overarching golden celestial. Apart from that, although the overarching heaven pill was similar to the great overarching pill, it was a prominent celestial pill. The great overarching pill was one of the best mediocre celestial pills. Only a few mediocre celestial alchemists who possessed a celestial fire could refine it. Chapter 2734. In terms of difficulty, the great overarching pill was similar to the overarching heaven pill. However, since the overarching heaven pill was a prominent celestial pill, only prominent celestial alchemists could refine it. Moreover, there were fewer prominent celestial alchemists than mediocre celestial alchemists. Moreover, the formula of the overarching heaven pill was not as popular as the formula of the great overarching pill. Therefore, the value of the overarching heaven pill far exceeded that of the great overarching pill. Even an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom would be able to afford some great overarching pills. For example, King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, where Duan Lingtian was from, would give out 6 great overarching pills as a reward for the top 3 contenders during the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even the imperial family of a high-rank celestial kingdom would not be able to afford the overarching heaven pill. In the wasteland, only the 3 major celestial sects that ruled high-rank celestial kingdoms would be able to afford the overarching heaven pill. However, the number of overarching heaven pills was extremely small. It was almost impossible for one to obtain the overarching heaven pill unless the 3 major celestial sects placed great emphasis on nurturing them. The reason the overarching heaven pill was so rare and valuable was not only because it required a prominent celestial alchemist to refine it, but also because the formula of the overarching heaven pill was only in the hands of a few prominent celestial alchemists. Moreover, these prominent celestial alchemists would not easily divulge the formula of the overarching heaven pill to outsiders. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Long Fei Yun was willing to give him the formula of the overarching heaven pill. After all, the formula of the overarching heaven pill was too precious. Even the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would do anything to obtain the formula of the overarching heaven pill. You have the formula of the overarching heaven pill? Long Fei Yun nodded in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Long Fei Yun nodded.
Yes.
After receiving Long Fei Yun's confirmation, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Since you have the formula of the overarching heaven pill, why do you need to make a deal with me? You can directly look for someone in the martial dragon celestial sect to help you become the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom." Long Fei, of course. Long Fei Yun sighed. However, do you think I'll still be alive if I reveal the overarching heaven pill's formula to the martial dragon celestial sect? To them, helping me ascend to the throne is more troublesome than killing me. Duan Lingtian shook his head. With this in mind, Long Fei Yun dismissed the idea of seeking help from the martial dragon celestial sect. In the martial dragon celestial sect, those who had the ability to help him become the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom were all high-ranking officials in the martial dragon celestial sect. Without exception, these high-ranking officials were extremely powerful. He was only an ant before such an existence, and he didn't have the qualifications to make a deal with it at all. After listening to Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian thought about it and agreed. 13th Prince, why do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I won't help you after I get the Earth-grade cultivation method and the overarching heaven pill formula? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Long Fei Yun and asked. You won't. Long Fei Yun looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Although this is my first time meeting you, I can tell you're not that kind of person. I, Long Fei Yun, have lived for a few hundred years, and I'm pretty good at judging people. Of course, even if I'm wrong, I'll accept it. Long Fei Yun said, it's still better than losing my life. He had given the overarching heaven pill formula to the purple-clad young man in exchange for a promise that the purple-clad young man might not be able to fulfill. It was better than exposing the overarching heaven pill formula to the powerhouses of the martial dragon celestial sect. Not only would the overarching heaven pill formula be snatched away, but his life would also be in danger. Although Long Fei Yun had not known the purple-clad young man for long, he could tell the purple-clad young man was not a person of character. The purple-clad young man did not seem like a person who would go back on his word. The purple-clad young man's eyes were clear, and he had a righteous expression on his face. Based on the aura he exuded, it was clear he was not a despicable person. 13th Prince, you're really bold. Duan Lingtian could not help but praise Long Fei Yun. When he looked at Long Fei Yun again, a hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes. After all, not everyone was as bold as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could understand why Duan Lingtian was so bold. He wondered how Duan Lingtian was able to reach where he was today without any backing. He was even able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4th Prince and the 7th Prince. The 4th Prince and the 7th Prince might not be as bold as Duan Lingtian. After all, neither Qiu Ling nor I have the ability to inscribe and duplicate the memory celestial talisman that contains the formula of the overarching heaven pill. As Long Fei Yun spoke, another memory celestial talisman appeared in his hand. It was none other than the memory celestial talisman that contained the overarching heaven pill formula. Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately shifted to the memory celestial talisman in Long Fei Yun's hand. The overarching heaven pill formula is recorded in this talisman. As a celestial alchemist, although Duan Lingtian was only a primitive celestial alchemist, it did not affect his desire to obtain the overarching heaven pill formula in Long Fei Yun's hand. After all, it was a rare pill formula that even prominent celestial alchemists dreamed of obtaining. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened at this moment. He was not surprised that Long Fei Yun and the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial behind him were not capable of inscribing and copying the overarching heaven pill formula. After all, one had to master the formula and be able to refine the overarching heaven pill. Only a celestial alchemist who was capable of refining a certain pill would be able to inscribe and copy the memory celestial talisman that contained the formula. If one could not refine the formula, how could one possibly inscribe and copy the formula?
Yes.
Long Fei Yun nodded. At the same time, another memory celestial talisman appeared beside the memory celestial talisman in his hand. This memory celestial talisman contains my Earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique. As long as you use it, the heavenly vast firmament technique will become a part of your memory. Compared to inscribing and copying the formula of the overarching heaven pill, inscribing and copying the cultivation method was much easier. As long as one mastered the cultivation method, one would be able to inscribe and copy it. I wonder if you're willing to make a promise to me, Brother Duan? Long Fei Yun asked again about the deal he was going to make with Duan Lingtian. 13th Prince, since you're so sincere and trust in me, do I have any reason to refuse? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Indeed, he could obtain an Earth-grade cultivation method after joining one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. However, it would take some time before he could obtain it. After all, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would only start selecting young powerhouses below the age of 100 to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland a year later. If it was only an Earth-grade cultivation method, Duan Lingtian would have to think twice before accepting Long Fei Yun's offer. However, now that Long Fei Yun had taken out the formula of the overarching heaven pill, Duan Lingtian agreed to the deal without hesitation. Brother Duan, you're a straightforward person. Long Fei Yun, who had a tense expression on his face, laughed heartily when he saw Duan Lingtian had agreed to the deal. At the same time, he passed the 2 memory celestial talismans to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian immediately used the 2 memory celestial talismans so that the formula of the overarching heaven pill and the earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique, would become part of his memory. As long as he spent some time and thought about it, he would be able to grasp it. Brother Duan, you used the memory celestial talisman on the overarching heaven pill's formula? Don't tell me you're a prominent celestial alchemist as well? Long Fei Yun asked in disbelief when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions. He thought Duan Lingtian would keep the memory celestial talisman that contained the overarching heaven pill's formula for future use. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would use the memory celestial talisman on the overarching heaven pill. After Duan Lingtian used the memory celestial talisman, unless he was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill, he would not be able to replicate the pill formula of the overarching heaven pill. I'm a celestial alchemist, but I'm not a prominent celestial alchemist. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It seems like you're very confident that you'll become a prominent celestial alchemist in the future. Otherwise, you wouldn't have used the memory celestial talisman on the overarching heaven pill's formula. Long Fei Yun, who had thought Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist, was greatly disappointed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, if Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist, he would not even need to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and become a revered elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. At that time, Duan Lingtian would only need to say a word to the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to help him become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At that time, even if his father was unwilling, he would have no choice but to watch Duan Lingtian replace Duan Lingtian. Long Fei Yun was delighted when he thought about it. He was extremely disappointed when he found out Duan Lingtian was not a prominent celestial alchemist. Brother Duan. All of a sudden, Long Fei Yun seemed to have recalled something. His expression turned solemn as he said, "From today onwards, you'll be leaving the inn. Bring your people and follow me back to the Imperial Palace. You'll stay in my temporary residence." Duan Lingtian did not expect Long Fei Yun would suddenly bring this up. He was confused. He was not worried Long Fei Yun would harm him. If he had not used the memory celestial talisman that contained the overarching heaven pill's formula, Long Fei Yun might have harmed him. However, now that he had used the memory celestial talisman, Long Fei Yun would definitely not harm him. After all, if Long Fei Yun did that, it would be equivalent to him giving up the overarching heaven pill's formula for nothing. There's no need to worry about the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. Even my 4th brother won't cause trouble for you. Long Fei Yun said solemnly when he saw Duan Lingtian's confusion. However, there's another person behind the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. That person is the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. She's also the junior sister of the current sect leader, Zhou Shuqiu. Chapter 2735. I've heard of her. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian said, "She's the third miss of the Zhou clan. She's the elder sister of the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shudong. However, didn't she leave with her master a few years ago?" A few days ago, he had heard about Zhou Shuqiu in various restaurants in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He knew she was the most talented person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the past 1,000 years. She was taken in by the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect when she was young. When she was slightly over 100 years old, her cultivation base was already a great overarching golden celestial. Currently, she was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, she was not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Her master, the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, had retired. Her senior sister had taken over as the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. When Duan Lingtian first heard about Zhou Shuqiu, he was slightly afraid of her. However, when he heard she had left with her master a few years ago, he did not pay much attention to her. After all, he might have left the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the wasteland by the time Zhou Shuqiu returned. Long Fei Yun continued to say, "Indeed, she left before this. However, she returned last month. As far as I know, it's because of the grand contest of the wasteland that's going to be held a year later. There might be some secrets behind the grand contest of the wasteland that only the three major celestial sects of the wasteland knows about. This isn't the first time the three major celestial sects of the wasteland have organized the grand contest of the wasteland. However, there's never been a requirement for young powerhouses under the age of 100 to participate. I have a feeling the grand contest of the wasteland this time isn't as simple as it seems." Long Fei Yun finished speaking. There was no age restriction in the grand contest of the wasteland in the past? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. There wasn't. Long Fei Yun shook his head. In the past, as long as you're strong enough, you can participate regardless of your age. As long as you perform well, you'll be able to join the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. For this reason, some of the outer disciples in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland are thousands of years old or even close to 10,000 years old. Of course, if an ordinary outer disciple has not passed the test of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland and becomes an official disciple, they will be expelled from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Long Fei Yun continued. Duan Lingtian nodded and returned to the topic at hand. "Since Zhou Shuqiu has returned, my friend and I will visit your palace." Zhou Shuqiu was different from the fourth prince, Long Xiangyun, whom Zhou Shudong had asked for help. Zhou Shuqiu was the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. She was the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. At that time, Duan Lingtian and Huan would be in danger. On the other hand, if Duan Lingtian and Huan went to the 13th prince's palace, there was still a certain amount of risk. He was certain the 13th prince would protect him. Moreover, the 13th prince was confident the 13th prince would be able to protect him. Duan Lingtian could understand the 13th prince's confidence. Although he had offended Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, he did not kill or cripple her. He had only killed an elder from the Zhou clan. Therefore, the 13th prince would definitely be able to protect him. Duan Lingtian did not tell the 13th prince that Huan was his junior sister. He only told the 13th prince that Huan was his friend. After all, the 13th prince knew everything he had said to the fourth prince was a lie. He knew he was not a disciple of a powerful sect outside the wasteland. "It's all right. Brother Duan, you can stay with your friend at my place for the next year." Long Fei Yun smiled. "There's no need for me to stay here. I'll follow you to pick up your friend," Long Fei Yun said to Duan Lingtian as he rose to his feet. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and stood up as well. Then, he and Long Fei Yun left the first earth room in the Nian clan's auction house. The middle-aged man named Qiuling followed the two of them out of the first earth room. 13th brother, the auction isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" As soon as the three of them left the first earth room and were about to leave the Nian clan's auction house, a burst of hearty laughter rang in their ears. Following that, Duan Lingtian saw a young man dressed in a green robe. A tall young man in a golden-green robe was escorted by the person in charge of the Yin family's auction house and an old man in a black robe. He greeted Long Feiyun with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard how the green-clad young man addressed Long Feiyun, he guessed the young man's identity. The young man was none other than the seventh prince, Long Qingyun. Seventh brother. Duan Lingtian's guess was confirmed by Long Feiyun's greeting. Brother Duan, if I'm not mistaken, my seventh brother is here for me. To be more precise, he's here for Qiu Ling. Long Feiyun's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house must have noticed that Qiu Ling is a heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. It's not a good thing for my seventh brother to have a heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial by my side. A hint of mockery could be heard in Long Feiyun's voice. Brother, I heard about you from my seventh brother. I wanted to visit you at the Fleeting Time Inn, but I didn't expect to bump into you here. At this moment, Long Qingyun, the seventh prince, had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Long Feiyun. He greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically. After all, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian was an extremely talented person. After all, Duan Lingtian was a disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. It was almost impossible to recruit such a person, but he could not afford to offend him either. Naturally, Long Qingyun was only being polite when he said he wanted to visit Duan Lingtian. If he really wanted to visit him, he would have done so long ago. He did not want to be like his fourth brother, who had given him the cold shoulder. It was best not to provoke such a person. Seventh Prince. Duan Lingtian greeted Long Feiyun indifferently. This made Long Qingyun even more certain that Duan Lingtian was from a powerful sect. Duan Lingtian was a proud and arrogant disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. 13th brother, this is the first time I've seen this person behind you. Long Qingyun nodded at Duan Lingtian before he shifted his gaze to Long Feiyun. Then, he looked at Qiu Ling, who was standing behind Long Feiyun, and asked meaningfully, "This isn't the earth-rank, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial our father gave you, right?" A hint of mockery could be heard in Long Qingyun's voice as he spoke. Long Feiyun and the fourth prince were protected by heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestials their father had given them. Although the 13th prince was not inferior to them in any way, he was not treated as well. Like the other princes, he was only protected by an earth-rank, overarching, heavenly, supreme celestial. His name is Qiu Ling, and he's a powerhouse I recruited from outside. Long Feiyun replied. As soon as Long Feiyun finished speaking, Long Qingyun's gaze turned cold as he looked at Qiu Ling. Then, he said, "You're an outsider with an unknown origin. Why are you hiding by my 13th brother's side?" 13th prince, this person has an unknown origin. I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to you if he continues to stay by your side. At the same time, the black-robed old man behind Long Qingyun suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qiu Ling, who was behind Long Feiyun. Then, he shot toward Qiu Ling like a bolt of lightning. "Let me kill this person to share your burden, 13th prince," the black-clad old man said coldly as he made his move toward Qiu Ling. Boom, 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 boom. Before Duan Lingtian could regain his senses, the black-robed old man and Qiu Ling had already exchanged blows. A series of loud bangs that sounded like the beating of drums were clearly heard by Duan Lingtian and the rest. However, the two of them were very restrained as they fought. They worked together to create a light barrier that separated them from the outside world. Boom! Rumble! When Duan Lingtian and the others came back to their senses and looked over, they saw that there was no one there. Not far from them, the black-robed old man was engaged in an intense battle with Qiu Ling. With their eyesight, they couldn't see the two's movements clearly. They could only see two different forces wreaking havoc in a seemingly isolated space. About 15 minutes later, bang! A loud, muffled sound rang out. Following that, Duan Lingtian and the others could also see at this moment, cracks began to appear on the light screen that separated this space like glass. The cracks intertwined like a spider web. In the end, the light screen shattered. Swoosh! At the same time, the sound of a gust of wind rang in their ears. Qiu Ling, who looked slightly wretched, had returned to Long Feiyun's side. Swoosh! Meanwhile, a black figure was sent flying before he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Although he quickly stood up, he looked even more wretched than before. The black-robed old man stood up and returned to Long Qing-yun's side with an unsightly expression on his face. Long Qing-yun's expression was unsightly as well. He did not expect this. The heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial that his 13th brother had found was much stronger than the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial that his father had given him. Elder Wu, with Qiuling's strength, if he wanted to harm me, he would have done it a long time ago. He has been following me for a year. So, you don't have to worry about my safety. Long Fei-yun said with a smile as he looked at the black-robed old man standing behind Long Qing-yun. Humph! The black-robed old man scoffed. He did not dare to make a move. Although the emperor disliked the 13th prince, he was not someone the black-robed old man could touch. Moreover, even if he could, he might not be able to do anything to the 13th prince. After all, the 13th prince had a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was stronger than him. Chapter 2736. Brother Duan, let's go. Long Fei-yun said with a smile as he shifted his gaze from Long Qing-yun and the black-clad old man behind him to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the Nyin clan's auction house with Long Fei-yun. After they left, Long Qing-yun's expression darkened. He looked at the person in charge of the Nyin clan's auction house and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? Why does it feel like my 13th brother is very close to that purple-clad young man?" In Long Qing-yun's opinion, the purple-clad young man with a powerful background would not associate himself with princes of the celestial nation like him and his 13th brother. However, based on the situation earlier, his 13th brother seemed to be very close to him. His 13th brother seemed to be very close to the purple-clad young man. At this moment, he felt a sense of crisis. A sect outside the wasteland would not be able to interfere with the soaring dragon's celestial kingdom's succession. After all, there was the martial dragon celestial sect. However, who knew if the martial dragon celestial sect was stronger than the martial dragon celestial sect? If the purple-clad young man had an extraordinary status in the sect, the martial dragon celestial sect could pressure the martial dragon celestial sect to seize the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Long Fei-yun did not want that to happen. Your Highness, I don't know what's going on. The person in charge of the auction house said innocently. The person in charge of the Nyin family's auction house looked confused and innocent. However, I think the 13th prince is here today because of that purple-clad young man. Do I need you to remind me of that? Long Qing-yun glanced at the person in charge of the Nyin clan's auction house coldly before he looked in the direction of the auction house's entrance. He muttered to himself, that person even told 13th brother his name. It seems like they're getting along well. As far as I know, that person didn't tell 4th brother his name even when 4th brother asked for it. Perhaps I should talk to 4th brother about this. Long Qing-yun and the black-clad old man left the Nyin clan's auction house and returned to the imperial palace to look for the 4th prince. Duan Lingtian and his companions had also returned to the Fleeting Time Inn. Brother Duan, we'll wait for you and your friends here. Long Fei-yun said to Duan Lingtian in the lobby of Fleeting Time Inn. He did not intend to return to the guest room with Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's friend was a woman. It would be inconvenient for him to go there rashly. And this was exactly what Duan Lingtian wanted. After all, Huan was currently cultivating. If Long Fei-yun followed him back to the guest room, Qiuling, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, would definitely tag along. With Qiuling's cultivation base, he would definitely sense the abnormality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in Huan Er's room. That was something Duan Lingtian did not want to see. After all, it was a divine crystal that would only appear once every 1,000 years in a Devata realm. If the divine crystal was exposed, her life would be in danger. Since Huan was not in closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian only needed to call out to her through voice transmission to wake her up. After Huan put away the divine crystal and absorbed most of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the room, Duan Lingtian carefully opened the door and entered the room. Since the divine crystal was involved, he had to be careful. Brother Lingtian, Did you say you're going to bring Juan away from here? Did that woman send someone to cause trouble for us? As she spoke, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Her thin white clothes fluttered in the wind. Her slender and graceful figure was faintly discernible in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp. Only then did he manage to suppress the heat that involuntarily rose in his lower abdomen. No, we're just going somewhere else. It's much more comfortable than here. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Is it more fun? The cold glint in Huan Er's eyes receded and was replaced by excitement. Yes, it's more fun. Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, before we leave, you have to put on a veil and a hat. All right. I understand. Huan Er reluctantly interrupted Duan Ling Tian. However, she still obediently followed Duan Ling Tian's instructions and put on the veil and hat to conceal her beautiful face. Although she was beautiful, her figure was still attractive enough to attract men. When Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er appeared before Long Fei Yun, although he could not see Huan Er's face, he was still stunned by her beautiful figure. As the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, he had seen many beautiful women in his life. However, this was his first time seeing one with such a perfect figure. However, it only lasted for a moment before he retracted his gaze. Although he did not know the relationship between the white-clad woman and the purple-clad young man, based on the way the white-clad woman addressed the purple-clad young man, it was clear they had a close relationship. For this reason, he did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, based on his knowledge, the woman was not weak at all. The white-clothed woman was not weak either. She had once killed an Earth Realm Golden Immortal Elder of the Zhou clan with a wave of her hand. Xiu Ling, Brother Duan said this woman is not even 100 years old. Out of curiosity, Long Fei Yun sent a voice transmission to Xiu Ling, asking him to examine the white-clad woman's aura to determine if she was really younger than 100 years old. Before Long Fei Yun could finish speaking, a cold snort rang in his ears. It was none other than Huan Er, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out of her body toward Xiu Ling, who was standing behind Long Fei Yun. Xiu Ling's expression turned grim as he hastily circulated his celestial origin energy to defend himself. She noticed my divine consciousness. She's indeed younger than 100 years old. Moreover, her cultivation base is at least a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Xiu Ling's voice rang in Long Fei Yun's ears. As a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Xiu Ling had to deal with the cold aura from Huan Er's body because he was severely injured when he fought with Long Qing Yun's subordinates. Although he had recovered slightly, his strength was still greatly reduced. He was not even comparable to an earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old? Long Fei Yun was completely dumbfounded. How could such a person appear in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? In the past 10,000 years, there had only been a handful of profound rank great overarching golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old, let alone profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old. There was only one earth rank great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. In the known history of the wasteland, there had only been 2 Heaven Realm Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals under the age of 100. As for a peak great overarching golden immortal under the age of 100, there had never been one in the known history of the wasteland, let alone a peak great overarching golden immortal under the age of 100. But now, Xiu Ling was telling him the white-clad woman standing before him was a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old? What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion. Big brother Ling Tian, this person is so rude. He actually used his divine sense to probe me. Huan Er said angrily as she glared at Xiu Ling. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he could not help but frown, and his face darkened. Xiu Ling, why you're not joking, right? Long Fei Yun was so shocked by Xiu Ling's voice transmission that he didn't notice the exchange between Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian. He also didn't notice Duan Ling Tian's darkening expression. No. Long Fei Yun's heart skipped a beat when he heard Xiu Ling's confirmation. When Long Fei Yun saw Duan Lingtian's darkened expression and noticed Huan Er's anger, he quickly apologized to Qiu Ling as well. Only then did Huan Er's anger dissipate. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression also improved. Brother Duan, are you sure it's okay for you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Long Fei Yun asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission as they left the Fleeting Time Inn and returned to the Imperial Palace. Based on Duan Lingtian's explanation of the Profound Grade and Earth Grade cultivation methods at the Nian clan's auction house, Long Fei Yun did not think Duan Lingtian had a powerful background. What a joke. Why would a person with a powerful background be interested in those cultivation methods? However, Long Fei Yun learned from Qiu Ling that the white-clad woman was a beautiful woman. As it turned out, the white-clad woman next to Duan Lingtian was a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old. Long Fei Yun could not help but wonder if Duan Lingtian and the white-clad woman had a powerful background. If they did not have a powerful background, how could they become a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the age of 100? This was simply a fantasy story. Why do you ask? Duan Lingtian asked. Brother Duan, to tell you the truth, Qiu Ling told me that the woman next to you is at least a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though she's not even 100 years old. Even if you say you don't have a powerful background, I wouldn't believe you. Long Fei Yun smiled wryly. You're talking about Huan Er. Her background is a little complicated, so it's not convenient for me to tell you. However, it's true that I don't have a powerful background. I can join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian said, as for Huan Er, I can't promise you anything. It's up to her. No. I have no intention of letting Miss Huan Er join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Long Fei Yun hurriedly shook his head and said, in fact, if it's possible, I hope Miss Huan Er doesn't reveal her true age. A profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 100 years old. If news of this spreads, it'll cause an uproar in the wasteland. It'll only bring more harm than good to Miss Huan Er. Long Fei Yun's expression turned solemn as he continued to say, I'm just worried that someone might think Miss Huan Er has an extraordinary background and possess a high-grade celestial method or divine ability. That person might be tempted to harm her. Chapter 2737. 13th Prince. Have you ever been greedy? Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Long Fei Yun meaningfully. To tell you the truth, I was indeed greedy. Long Fei Yun did not beat around the bush. When Duan Lingtian looked at him coldly, Long Fei Yun smiled wryly and said, however, when I thought about the overarching heaven pill formula and the fact that I might not be able to obtain the divine abilities and celestial methods, even if I asked Qiu Ling to capture Miss Huan Er, I gave up on the thought. Instead of taking the risk, I'd rather take the safe route. Long Fei Yun said frankly. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's expression softened. He looked at Long Fei Yun meaningfully and said, You're a smart person, 13th Prince. I wouldn't have come this far if I wasn't smart. Long Fei Yun sighed. Brother Duan. Long Fei Yun suddenly recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I have a friend who possesses a celestial weapon that can conceal one's aura. I'll try my best to ask him to give it to Miss Huan Er after I settle all of you in the palace. Is there such a celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. It's just rare. Apart from that, the reason it's considered a celestial weapon is because of its ability to conceal one's aura. That immortal artifact itself doesn't possess any offensive or defensive power. For this reason, it's considered useless even among celestial weapons. That friend of mine also likes to collect all kinds of strange things. That's why he has that immortal item. Long Fei Yun said. 13th Prince. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he said, Although I don't like to ask people to part with their treasures, if your friend really has that celestial weapon, I'd still like to ask him to give it to Huan Er. Why don't you ask him for a price? Duan Lingtian planned to buy the celestial weapon with celestial stones. After all, the celestial artifact was too important to her. Just as Long Fei Yun had said, If anyone could sense the aura of Huan Er's flesh and blood when she was younger than 100 years old, coupled with the strength she had displayed, they would definitely think she had an extraordinary background. Then, they would covet the celestial methods, divine abilities, and cultivation methods she had mastered. At that time, Huan Er would be in danger. That was not something he wanted to see. Brother Duan, that friend of mine doesn't lack celestial stones. Moreover, to be honest, I'm not sure if I'll be able to obtain the celestial artifact. When Long Fei Yun saw that Duan Lingtian was interested, he could not help but smile wryly. At the same time, he gave Duan Lingtian a heads up. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian finally remembered that when Long Fei Yun mentioned asking for the celestial weapon, he had indeed said, "Try your best." This meant that he was not 100% certain that he would be able to obtain the celestial weapon. It's no trouble at all. Long Fei Yun shook his head. Long Fei Yun shook his head and continued to lead the way. After a while, he brought Duan Lingtian and Huan Er back to his residence. After settling Duan Lingtian and Huan Er down, Long Fei Yun left with Qiu Ling. As the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Long Fei Yun's residence was huge even though he was not favored by the emperor. Even the courtyard that he had arranged for Duan Lingtian and Huan Er was several times larger than the rooms in Fleeting Time Inn. Brother Lingtian, since that person's item is useful to me, I'll just snatch it from him, Huan Er said to Duan Lingtian in the room. Although Duan Lingtian had been trying to lead Huan Er, who was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, to the right and wrong, she still needed time to adapt. Huan Er, Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've told you before that it's wrong to snatch something from someone for no reason. Moreover, you need to be strong enough to do so. Someone who's close to the 13th prince, and whom the 13th prince isn't sure if he'll be able to obtain the item from, has to have a powerful background. Even if he's not as strong as you, he might have someone stronger than you by his side. Duan Lingtian said. Huan Er fell silent and pouted. She looked so pitiful that Duan Lingtian's heart melted. Huan Er, don't think too much about it. Brother Lingtian will do his best to help you obtain the celestial weapon, Duan Lingtian said. All right. Huan Er nodded obediently. Then, her eyes lit up as she asked, Brother Lingtian, when are we going to go out and play? I haven't had the chance to go out and play since I came here. I want to buy a lot of fun things and eat a lot of delicious food. In a few days, you can stay here and cultivate in peace for a few days. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. Despite her reluctance, she nodded obediently. Duan Lingtian left the room when he saw Huan Er revealing the divine crystal on her necklace and preparing to cultivate. There were many formations set up around the room, so Duan Lingtian was not worried about the heaven and earth spirit energy leaking out of the room. Apart from that, this room was located in the backyard of his courtyard. It was quite far from the front yard where the entrance was located. Therefore, he was not worried that the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial would notice the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy leaking out of the divine crystal. After leaving the room, Duan Lingtian waited in the front yard for news from the 13th prince. Brother Duan. About an hour later, Duan Lingtian saw Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, with a bitter smile on his face. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he saw Long Fei Yun. He's unwilling? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. Although he had expected this, he could not help but ask. It's not that he's unwilling. He wants to see you, Brother Duan. Long Fei Yun smiled bitterly. He said he'll give you the mediocre celestial weapon, but he has a condition that he wants to discuss with you personally. I'm sorry, Brother Duan. After saying that, Long Fei Yun apologized again. Where is he? Duan Lingtian asked as he rose to his feet. Brother Duan, are you going to see him? Long Fei Yun was taken aback. Then, he smiled wryly and said, Brother Duan, my friend won't make a bad deal. I'm afraid his condition will be difficult for you. No matter how difficult it is, I still want to see your friend. The mediocre celestial weapon is very important to me. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice as his eyes glinted. In that case, please follow me, Brother Duan. Under Long Fei Yun's lead, Duan Lingtian left the imperial palace and arrived at an independent mansion in the eastern part of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The mansion was spacious, but it was deserted. There was not a single person in sight. Creak, creak. When Duan Ling Tian and the other two arrived at the entrance of the mansion, the door opened on its own. Duan Ling Tian was certain there was no one behind the door. This meant the door was opened by a powerful person from a distance. That person must have known they were here. However, he could not sense the person's divine consciousness. This meant the person had a profound cultivation base. Let's go. Long Fei Yun, on the other hand, was not surprised by this at all. After he greeted Duan Ling Tian, he took the lead and walked into the mansion. When Duan Ling Tian caught up to Long Fei Yun, he turned to look at Qiu Ling, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Qiu Ling had a solemn expression on his face when he entered the mansion. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. It was as if he was very afraid of the person who opened the door. It seems that the friend of the 13th prince is not simple. From Duan Lingtian's point of view, this was definitely the doing of an expert by Long Feiyun's friend's side. It wasn't until he followed Long Feiyun into the mansion and arrived at the backyard that he realized the person who attacked was not an expert by Long Feiyun's friend's side, but Long Feiyun's friend himself, because there was no one else in the entire mansion other than him. Brother Pei. After greeting his friend, Long Feiyun began to introduce Duan Lingtian. This is the brother Duan that I mentioned to you earlier. Duan Lingtian then began to seriously size up Long Feiyun's friend. This was a young man in a white robe. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes revealed endless vicissitudes of life. This was enough to show that he was not young. In addition, when the white-robed young man looked at him, he actually had a feeling that he had nowhere to hide. This was the first time he felt this way since he had arrived in the spirit overarching heaven. Even when he was in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's King Qin's mansion, he did not feel this way when the old woman, a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, looked at him. I heard from Fei Yun that you want my concealment pendant? The white-robed young man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although this was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about the concealing pendant, it was not difficult for him to guess it was a celestial weapon that could conceal the aura of Huan Er's flesh and blood. It could conceal the fact that Huan Er was younger than 100 years old. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I can give you the concealment pendant, but you have to promise me something, the white-robed young man said. What is it? Duan Lingtian asked. His heart skipped a beat when he heard the white-robed young man's words. The 13th prince had told him that the white-robed young man would not make a bad deal. Fei Yun, I have something to say to him in private. Before Long Fei Yun could react, the white-robed young man raised his hand and cast a soundproof formation around him and Duan Lingtian, separating Long Fei Yun and Qiu Ling. If you want the concealment pendant, you can exchange it for the divine crystal on that girl's pendant. Chapter 2738. Divine Crystal? Duan Lingtian thought the white-clad young man had set up a soundproof formation to tell him something else. He did not expect the white-clad young man would mention the divine crystal in the pendant on Huan Er's neck. How does he know there's a divine crystal in Huan Er's pendant? When Duan Lingtian looked at the white-robed young man again, apart from shock and disbelief, there was also a hint of killing intent in his eyes. It was a killing intent that rose in his subconscious. I can't let anyone who knows about Huan Er's divine crystal live in this world. This was the thought that arose in Duan Lingtian's mind. What? Are you trying to silence me? Although the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes quickly faded away, it was still clearly seen by the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man asked mockingly, It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I don't think anyone in the wasteland has the ability to kill me, let alone you. When the white-robed young man said this, his calm eyes suddenly emitted an incomparably strong confidence. It was a confidence that made people have no choice but to believe in him. It was as though he was trying to show off his confidence. As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, a powerful aura surged out of his body. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic hammer that slammed onto Duan Lingtian's chest. A loud thud that only Duan Lingtian could hear reverberated in the air. Bang! After a loud bang, Duan Lingtian felt his chest sink. His internal organs seemed to be twisted together, and the vital energy and blood in his body were in a mess. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. When Duan Tian felt his body become light as though he was about to fly away, a gentle energy appeared behind him and stopped him. It allowed him to stand on the spot, but the vital energy and blood in his body began to surge again. Barf! Duan Tian threw up another mouthful of blood that stained the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. However, Duan Tian felt as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. You! Who are you? When Duan Tian looked at the white-robed youth again, there was only fear in his eyes. At this moment, Duan Tian, who was observant, also discovered that at this moment, Duan Tian's eyes lit up. The 13th prince, Long Fei Yun, who was blocked by the formation that the white-clad young man had casually set up, did not seem to notice it at all. Although he had been looking in Long Fei Yun's direction since the beginning, it seemed as though he did not see Long Fei Yun vomiting blood. Otherwise, it was impossible for Long Fei Yun to be so calm. This also made him realize the array that the young man in white had casually arranged just now was not as simple as a soundproof array. It was definitely able to confuse Long Fei Yun's vision. Besides that, the white-clothed young man had played with him in the palm of his hand by merely relying on his imposing aura, and the formidable strength that seemed capable of taking his life with a single thought caused him to be unable to help but feel a wave of terror. It doesn't matter who I am. In response to Duan Tian's question, the white-clad young man calmly said, "The important thing is, do you still want my concealing pendant?" Duan Tian did not answer the white-clad young man's question directly. Instead, he asked solemnly, "With your strength, even if you want to snatch the divine crystal away, we won't be able to stop you. There's no need for you to exchange your concealing pendant, right?" Duan Tian did not know how strong the white-clad young man was. However, he was certain. He was certain the white-clad young man was stronger than Huan Er. In fact, he was certain the white-clad young man was stronger than the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It would be easy for such a person to snatch Huan Er's divine crystal away. There was no need for him to exchange his concealing pendant. "I'm not interested in that girl's divine crystal." To Duan Tian's surprise, the white-clad young man merely shrugged and gave him an unexpected answer. Duan Tian was taken aback. "Then, I mentioned that girl's divine crystal just now because I wanted you to know my strength and my methods." The white-robed young man spoke indifferently and interrupted Duan Tian. Duan Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the white-clad young man's words. At the same time, the doubt in his heart disappeared. He knew that with the white-clad young man's strength, if he really wanted the divine crystal, he would have done it a long time ago. There was no need for him to wait until now. But who exactly is he? He's not even interested in the divine crystals that only appear once every 1,000 years in each Devata realm. At this moment, the white-clad young man seemed even more mysterious in Duan Tian's eyes. Divine crystals were extremely precious. However, the white-clad young man before him said he was not interested in divine crystals. "Senior, then you," Duan Tian was about to ask what the white-clad young man wanted in exchange for the concealment pendant when the white-clad young man interrupted him. "Just call me Big Brother Pei like Fei Yun does." "Yes, Big Brother Pei," Duan Tian quickly replied before he continued to ask, "Big Brother Pei, the 13th prince told me earlier that you can give me the concealment pendant, but you have to discuss the conditions with me personally. Since you're not interested in the divine crystals, what are the conditions you're referring to?" "I want you to go to a place and retrieve something for me," the white-clad young man said. Duan Tian nodded. Duan Tian was puzzled when he heard the white-clad young man's words. "Big Brother Pei, with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to retrieve something for me, right? That place is a little special. Those above the age of 100 can't enter." The white-clad young man replied. "Those above the age of 100 can't enter?" Duan Tian was stunned. "Yes." The white-clad young man nodded before he continued to say, "That place is related to the Wasteland Grand Contest held by the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The reason the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland want to recruit the best young powerhouses below the age of 100 is so they can enter that place and retrieve the treasures for them. And in that place, there is something that I want. The white-clad young man said. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard the white-clad young man's words. No wonder Long Fei Yun said the Wasteland Grand Contest held by the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland was a little strange. In the past, the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland did not have an age restriction. However, this time, only young powerhouses below the age of 100 could participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. As expected, the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland were up to something. Moreover, based on the white-clad young man's words, the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland wanted to recruit the best young powerhouses in the Wasteland Grand Contest to enter that place and retrieve the treasures for them. After all, only people below the age of 100 could enter that place. Brother Pei, if that's the case, you can just wait for the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland to obtain the treasures before you make your move. There's no need for me to do it for you, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Previously, the white-clad young man had said that the Wasteland Grand Contest was not a secret. Nobody in the Wasteland was capable of killing him. Moreover, the white-clad young man was not interested in the divine crystals at all. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew the white-clad young man was much stronger than the white-clad young man. The white-clad young man's strength was much stronger than the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. After all, even the forces that were stronger than the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland would fight over the divine crystals. It was difficult for Duan Lingtian to imagine how powerful someone who was not interested in divine crystals was. However, Duan Lingtian was certain it would not be difficult for the white-clad young man to snatch the treasures from the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. It's easy to snatch the treasures from the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The white-clad young man's eyes flashed when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. A mocking smile could be seen on his face as he said, "However, we'll have to wait for the others to come out of that place alive. That place is very dangerous?" Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he heard the white-clad young man's words. "It's more than dangerous." The white-clad young man looked at Duan Lingtian deeply before he said, "Your strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. However, even if you enter that place, you'll most likely die." Most likely die. As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He knew a powerhouse like the white-clad young man would not lie to him. If that's the case, why did you? Since the white-clad young man said he would most likely die in that place, Duan Lingtian could not figure out why the white-clad young man would make such a deal with him. Naturally, you'll most likely die if you enter alone. The white-clad young man said indifferently, however, if that girl enters with you, the situation will be different. With her strength, she'll be able to deal with the dangers in there while protecting you. Moreover, even if that place isn't dangerous, no one will be able to find the item I'm looking for without my item. The white-clad young man continued to say. Huaner. Duan Lingtian frowned. Brother Pei, the reason I want your concealing pendant is because I don't want everyone to know that she's not even 100 years old. After all, many people in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom already know about her strength. Nobody doubts her strength. Once people find out she's not even 100 years old, she'll be in trouble. Duan Lingtian said, if she enters with you, I can guarantee no one will notice her presence. At that time, I'll give her 2 invisibility talismans. The white-clad young man said, Invisibility talisman? Duan Lingtian frowned again. Based on what I know, the invisibility talisman is inscribed by a celestial duke. Anyone who's stronger than a celestial duke will be able to see through it. Chapter 2739. As you said, it's an invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial duke. The white-clad young man glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before he continued to say, nobody in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland is able to see through the invisibility talisman I gave her. Nobody is able to sense her presence when she uses the invisibility talisman. A hint of arrogance could be heard in the white-clad young man's voice when he spoke. Upon hearing the white-clad young man's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Only a celestial duke could inscribe an invisibility talisman. Moreover, the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial duke was not powerful enough to conceal one from other celestial dukes. Even an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial would be able to sense the presence of a celestial duke. Naturally, the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial duke was the lowest grade invisibility talisman. If the invisibility talisman was inscribed by a celestial king, it would undoubtedly be more effective. Only a celestial king would be able to see through the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial king. Although a celestial duke would not be able to see through the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial king, he would still be able to sense the presence of the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial king. There are many celestial dukes in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, but none of them have a celestial king. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Brother Pei said that no one in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland was able to see through the disguise and sense Huan Er's presence when she used the invisibility talisman he gave her. In order for a celestial duke to be unable to sense the presence of the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial lord, the invisibility talisman had to be inscribed by a celestial lord or stronger. Celestial lord. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. Celestial lords were stronger than celestial kings. Celestial lords were considered overlords in any Devata realms. Brother Pei, the invisibility talisman you mentioned, could it be that it was inscribed by a celestial lord? After secretly sucking in a breath of cold air, Duan Lingtian looked at the white-robed young man and asked nervously.
Yes.
The white-robed young man nodded. So, you don't have to worry that the girl won't be able to enter that place with you after using the invisibility talisman I gave her. Not only can she enter that place with you, but she can also leave that place with you safely. Hiss. After receiving the white-robed young man's confirmation, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp even though he had already guessed it. When he looked at the white-robed young man again, his eyes were filled with shock. Brother Pei, you're an immortal emperor expert? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. In his opinion, since the invisibility talisman was taken out by the person in front of him, it was very likely that he had inscribed it himself. No. However, to Duan Lingtian's disappointment, the white-robed young man denied his question and said in a timely manner, "The two invisibility talismans I prepared for that girl were not inscribed by me." Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian was certain the white-robed young man was either a celestial lord or a celestial lord. He was certain the white-robed young man was either a celestial king or a celestial duke who was stronger than all the celestial dukes in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. After all, the white-robed young man had said no one in the wasteland was capable of killing him. Most of the top powerhouses in the wasteland were from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. For this reason, Duan Lingtian came to this conclusion. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since there's an invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial lord, the three major celestial sects of the wasteland won't be able to find out. After all, there's no celestial king in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Not only do the three major celestial sects of the wasteland not have any celestial kings, but they don't even have 9 palaces celestial dukes. The white-robed youth smiled indifferently. Although the contempt in his tone was not obvious, Duan Lingtian could still hear it. It seems like the strongest celestial duke in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland is an 8-trigram celestial duke. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this after hearing the white-robed youth's words. In the Devata realms, the heavenly celestial stage and golden celestial stage were divided into 7 stages. Scarlet Moon Heavenly Immortals, Orange Moon Heavenly Immortals, Yellow Moon Heavenly Immortals, Green Moon Heavenly Immortals, Blue Moon Heavenly Immortals, Violet Moon Heavenly Immortals, Scarlet Sun Golden Immortals, Orange Sun Golden Immortals, Yellow Sun Golden Immortals, Green Sun Golden Immortals, Blue Sun Golden Immortals, Violet Sun Golden Immortals. The Great Overarching Golden Celestial and Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial were divided into 5 levels. Yellow Realm Great Overarching Golden Immortal, Black Realm Great Overarching Golden Immortal, Earth Realm Great Overarching Golden Immortal, Heaven Realm Great Overarching Golden Immortal, and Peak Great Overarching Golden Immortal. Yellow stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. And peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Above the overarching heavenly supreme celestial was the celestial duke. Above the immortal monarch was the immortal king. Above the immortal king was the immortal emperor. Above the immortal emperor was the immortal emperor. Regardless of whether it was the immortal monarch, immortal king, immortal emperor, or immortal emperor, they were all subdivided into 10 levels, and the prefixes were 1 origin, 2 forms, 3 talents, 4 divisions, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 10 directions. Among the 4 cultivation bases, the 1 basic celestial duke was the weakest while the 10 directions celestial emperor was the strongest. The heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were all 10 directions celestial emperors. Only 10 directions celestial emperors were worthy of being called heavenly emperors. Apart from the heavenly emperors, there were also a few 10 directions celestial emperors in the Devata realms. They were either too weak to become heavenly emperors, or too strong to become heavenly emperors. They were either too weak to become heavenly emperors, or too strong to become heavenly emperors. Therefore, they chose to live in seclusion to improve themselves.
Yes.
The white-robed youth nodded. There's an 8 trigram celestial duke in each of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. This means Brother Pei is at least a 9 palaces celestial duke, a 10 directions celestial duke, or even a celestial king. Brother Pei. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he asked, Brother Pei, where are the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, sending those who are younger than 100 years old to? Where's that place? Why is it so dangerous? And you, what do you want? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his question, he looked directly into the eyes of the white-robed young man that were filled with the vicissitudes of life. That place, the white-robed youth murmured. When the white-clad young man muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian could clearly see the cold gleam in the depths of the white-clad young man's eyes. Then, a hint of desolation could be seen in his eyes. That place is a little world left behind by a celestial king. It's in the wasteland. Only those who are younger than 100 years old can enter that little world. Those who are weaker than a celestial king will definitely die if they enter recklessly. If those who are stronger than a celestial king enter, the little world will shatter, and everything in it will disappear from this world. The white-robed youth said, only those who are stronger than an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial can survive in that little world. If the girl next to you is only a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she can barely protect herself. Since she's a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she should be able to protect herself and you. The white-robed youth continued to speak. Gasp! As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp again. A little world left behind by a celestial king. Only those who were younger than 100 years old could enter it. Only those who were stronger than an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial could survive. Those who were weaker than a celestial king and older than 100 years old would definitely die if they entered the little world. Those who were stronger than a celestial king and older than 100 years old would be destroyed if they entered the little world. In other words, only overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old would be able to survive if they entered the little world. Why would a celestial king leave a little world in the wasteland? Isn't this a scam? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the white-robed youth was not worried at all. In the wasteland, there were no overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old. There were no celestial kings in the wasteland as well. In other words, in the desolate region, no matter who it was, as long as they dared to enter that small world, they would definitely die. Naturally, there was an exception. It was none other than Huan. Don't the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland know that those who are weaker than an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial will definitely die in that little world? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Of course not. Otherwise, they wouldn't send people to their deaths. The white-robed youth replied, You didn't warn them? Duan Lingtian asked again. Warn them? The white-robed youth laughed. Why should I? If they weren't greedy, they wouldn't have continued to explore the little world. Many people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland have died in there, but they're still unrepentant. How sad. As the white-robed young man laughed, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking arc. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Moreover, do you think the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would believe me if I told them the little world isn't something they can lay their hands on? The white-robed youth asked again. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Brother Pei, you can show your strength and prevent the three major celestial sects of the wasteland from meddling in the little world. That way, they won't send people to their deaths, right? The three major celestial sects of the wasteland are not related to me. Why would I do that? The white-robed youth said coldly. Moreover, do you think I'll be able to stop them from sending people to their deaths for the rest of my life? When I'm no longer around, they'll still send people to their deaths. Chapter 2740. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard the white-clad young man's words. He knew the white-clad young man's words were not without reason. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland would definitely do the same. It all stemmed from the greed in human nature. Why do you think the people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland knew that only people under the age of 100 would survive the minor world? That's because they had conducted many experiments. In the end, they confirmed that people under the age of 100 would be able to enter the minor world, and those above the age of 100 would instantly turn into ashes if they tried to force their way in. The white-clad young man said. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He could imagine how many people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland had died because of this. The only purpose of their deaths was to let the three major celestial sects of the wasteland know that the little world was only a small world. Only those who were younger than 100 years old could enter the little world. The white-clad young man continued to say, Therefore, don't even think about persuading the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Not only will they ignore you, but they'll even think you're lying to prevent them from getting their hands on the little world. In their eyes, it's a little world left behind by a powerhouse stronger than a celestial king. Not only that, but there are many treasures in there that they can easily obtain. Duan Lingtian sighed. Greed was indeed an original sin. As for what I'm looking for, as the white-robed young man spoke, he raised his hand, and a ring appeared in his hand. This ring was different from ordinary rings. There were a total of 9 water chestnuts around it, and their shapes were different. It looked very strange. The ring was fiery red. However, it was not dyed red. It was the color of the material that was used to forge the ring. This is my personal immortal artifact. It's called the Mystic Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. There's also a matching immortal artifact called the Mystic En 9 Water Chestnut Ring. It's in that small world. The mystical En 9 Water Chestnut Ring is what I'm looking for. As the white-robed young man spoke, he passed the ring in his hand to Duan Lingtian and said, Wear this mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. As long as you approach the mystical En 9 Water Chestnut Ring, it'll naturally react and guide you to it. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he reached out and took the ring. At the same time, he subconsciously extended his divine sense and shrouded the ring. Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly shrank. This was because he discovered the celestial weapon the white-clad young man gave him was a celestial weapon of the same grade as the Jasper Celestial Sword, the Universe Ruler, and the astounding God Halberd. He would never forget this feeling of familiarity. This celestial weapon is even more powerful than the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, that Murong Bing had retrieved for the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Big Brother Pei, may I ask what grade of immortal artifact this is? Duan Lingtian looked at the white-robed youth and asked, Royal grade. The white-robed young man said, Royal grade? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and then he frowned as he asked, According to my knowledge, aren't immortal artifacts divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade immortal artifacts? Yes, that's true. The white-clad young man nodded before he continued to say, However, did you know that top-grade immortal artifacts are divided into different grades as well? Top-grade immortal artifacts are divided into different grades. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Then, he looked at the white-clad young man solemnly and said, "Please enlighten me." Top-grade immortal artifacts are divided into Duke-grade celestial weapons, King-grade celestial weapons, Royal-grade celestial weapons, and Emperor-grade celestial weapons. My mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring is a Royal-grade celestial weapon. The mystical E9 water chestnut ring that's paired with it is also a Royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian nodded. When his words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was as though he had opened a door to a whole new world for him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that the top celestial weapons were divided into so many grades. This mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring is on par with the Jasper celestial sword, universe ruler, and astonishing god halberd that I've encountered in the past. It's a royal-grade celestial weapon. This means the Jasper celestial sword, universe ruler, and astonishing god halberd are also royal-grade celestial weapons. The compassionate celestial traveler sect guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, must be a king-grade celestial weapon as well. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Duan Lingtian looked at the white-clad young man and asked, "Brother Pei, have you heard of the compassionate celestial traveler sect guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk?" The compassionate celestial traveler sect? I've heard of it before, but I don't know the name of its sect guarding celestial weapon. I've only heard that the compassionate celestial traveler sect has 3 sect guarding celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian nodded. As expected. The white-clad young man's words confirmed Duan Lingtian's speculation that the compassionate celestial traveler sect's guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, that Murong Bing had found in the little world, was indeed a king-grade celestial weapon that was slightly inferior to royal-grade celestial weapons like the Jasper celestial sword. In the past, I heard from Elder Hua that the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a grade higher than the Jasper celestial sword, the universe ruler, the astonishing god halberd, and the other celestial weapons stored in it. However, it seems like the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is an emperor-grade celestial weapon. When Duan Lingtian thought about the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he could not help but think about Hualao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. A hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. If Hualao was still here, I wouldn't be as clueless as I am now in the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Brother Pei. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at the white-clad young man and said, "Brother Pei, I agree to your condition. I'll enter the little world left behind by a celestial king and help you find the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he added, "Of course, the prerequisite is that the mystical E9 water chestnut ring is in the little world." "I'm certain of that," the white-clad young man replied confidently. He was rather surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to remain so calm after learning that he had given Duan Lingtian a royal-grade celestial weapon and had asked him to look for a royal-grade celestial weapon. What's this little guy's background? For the first time, the white-clad young man was interested in Duan Lingtian's background. The little girl next to him has the aura of the Phantom Fox clan. However, it's not pure. She's not even 100 years old, but her strength is already comparable to a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Her innate talent is considered top-notch even in the Phantom Fox clan. The white-clad young man thought to himself. Duan Lingtian was unaware of the white-clad young man's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have laughed inwardly. What a joke. When he was in the mundane realm, he had already possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon and many royal-grade celestial weapons. How could 1 or 2 royal-grade celestial weapons be enough to tempt him? Most importantly, Duan Lingtian had a Devata artifact that was even more powerful than an emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, the Devata artifact had lost its artifact soul, so it was no longer as powerful as before. Currently, it was only as powerful as a top celestial weapon. Since you've agreed to my conditions, I'll give you this concealing pendant. The white-robed young man raised his hand, and a jade pendant surrounded by green light appeared in his hand. Within the green light surrounding the jade pendant, a black thread could be seen moving. It was like an agile snake that constantly swam around the jade pendant. Duan Lingtian casually took the concealing pendant and put it away along with the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. I wonder what grade of celestial weapon the Seven Orifices exquisite sword in my body is comparable to? As Duan Lingtian put the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring away, he recalled the Devata artifact that had lost its soul and was only comparable to a top celestial weapon that was given to him by Kerr's third uncle in her past life. He knew the Devata artifact's strength was comparable to a top celestial weapon. Now that he learned there were different grades of top celestial weapons, he was curious to know what grade of celestial weapon the Seven Orifices exquisite sword was comparable to. However, I feel like it's comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon at most. Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate when he recalled the improvements he received when he used the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Although the Seven Orifices exquisite sword was stronger than a high-grade immortal artifact, it was not by much. As a Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword shouldn't only be comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon even if it has lost its artifact soul. It seems like I'll have to study it when I have the time to see if I can discover more of its hidden power. After all, it's a Devata artifact that's superior to Emperor-grade celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. Brother Pei. After putting the concealment pendant and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring away, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something. He looked at the white-clad young man and said, Brother Pei, if I obtain the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, you must come and collect it immediately. Otherwise, I'm afraid the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial sect will check my spatial ring. After all, they want the treasures I obtained in the little world as well. I know. The white-clad young man nodded. You don't have to worry about this. What you need to do is enter the little world with that girl and retrieve the mystical E9 water chestnut ring for me. I'll take care of everything else. As soon as the white-clad young man finished speaking, he waved his hand and retracted the formation that Duan Lingtian had set up with his bare hands. With this, Duan Lingtian reappeared in the courtyard where he could hear the wind and smell the fragrance of flowers. I'll wait for your good news. In the eyes of Long Fei Yun and Qiu Ling who were standing behind him, Duan Lingtian and the white-clad young man who were standing still suddenly moved. Moreover, they had heard the white-clad young man's words. They're out? Immediately, they realized that the two of them had come out of the formation. Chapter 2741. It's a deal? Upon hearing the white-clad young man's words, Long Fei Yun knew Duan Lingtian had agreed to his condition and made a deal with him. He did not know what the white-clad young man's condition was. However, he was certain the white-clad young man had agreed to it. He was certain the condition was not simple. Since Long Fei Yun had achieved his goal, he bade farewell to the white-clad young man before he left with Qiu Ling and Duan Lingtian. Bang! As soon as the three of them left the mansion, the door closed again. This time, Duan Lingtian was not surprised. After all, the white-clad young man was a 9 palaces celestial duke at the very least. 13th Prince, how did you get to know Brother Pei? Duan Lingtian asked Long Fei Yun on their way back. With the white-clad young man's strength, it would be easy for him to help Long Fei Yun become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, it seemed like the white-clad young man had no intention of helping Long Fei Yun. More than a year ago, a hint of reminiscence flashed in Long Fei Yun's eyes as he said, at that time, Qiu Ling hadn't come to look for me yet. During a trip, the Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial that my father had given me was lured away. I was almost killed. In the end, it was Brother Pei who saved me. However, before Brother Pei saved me, he made a deal with me. He wanted me to give him something I had. I obtained it by chance a few years ago. Although it's not a precious item, it's very rare. It's worth collecting. Long Fei Yun said, in the face of death, it's only natural that I don't want to keep it. After all, if I die, it won't be mine anymore. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. He never imagined that Long Fei Yun would know the white-robed young man like this. After that incident, I knew Brother Pei was extraordinary. At that time, he had just arrived in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I wanted to recruit him and invite him to stay in my residence in the imperial palace. However, he refused. In the end, I had no choice but to arrange a residence for him outside the soaring dragon's celestial kingdom. It's that mansion, Long Fei Yun said with a bitter smile on his face. I thought he'd be willing to help me fight against fourth brother and seventh brother since he'd accepted my mansion. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to tell me that he wouldn't interfere in this matter. Later on, as long as there was something strange, I would send it to him. Gradually, we became familiar with each other, but we could only be considered as familiar strangers. As he spoke, Long Fei Yun could not help but reveal a bitter smile. After that, although he helped me a lot, most of the time, he gave me pointers on cultivation. However, I'm satisfied. I can see that he has no intention of interfering in the competition for the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Long Fei Yun said, so, I gave up and treated him as my teacher and friend. Duan Lingtian nodded. For someone like the white-robed young man, once he had decided on something, he would definitely not change his mind easily. Since he had said he would not interfere in the competition for the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, he would definitely not interfere. 13th Prince, do you know why he's unwilling to interfere in the competition for the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom and help you ascend to the throne? Duan Lingtian asked. I think he's afraid of the martial dragon celestial sect. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland, including the martial dragon celestial sect, had announced many years ago that celestial dukes and above are not allowed to interfere with the inheritance of the imperial family. Those who violate this rule will be hunted down by the three major celestial sects. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed as he said, initially, I thought Brother Pei might be a celestial duke. However, when Xiao Ling came with me to meet him, I was certain Brother Pei is a celestial duke. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiao Ling. He saw the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial's eyes were filled with dread when Long Fei Yun mentioned Brother Pei. It was as though the white-clad young man was a ferocious beast to him. Is he afraid of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, so he doesn't dare to interfere with the inheritance of the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Based on the white-clad young man's attitude, it was clear he did not think much of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. 13th Prince. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Fei Yun and asked, do you know if the three major celestial sects of the wasteland have a royal-grade celestial weapon? Royal-grade celestial weapon? Long Fei Yun was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he smiled wryly and said, Brother Duan, you think too highly of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, let alone a royal-grade celestial weapon. Only the Tai celestial sect has a royal-grade celestial weapon. There's only one royal-grade celestial weapon in the entire wasteland. Long Fei Yun said. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. He did not expect only one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would have a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it was the only royal-grade celestial weapon in the entire wasteland. Isn't that a little too shabby? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Long Fei Yun was unaware of Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian, thinking that Duan Lingtian was being delusional. A royal-grade celestial weapon was extremely precious. Was it something that could be easily obtained? 13th Prince. Have you heard of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Lingtian asked. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Of course. Long Fei Yun nodded. Then, he asked curiously, why are you suddenly asking about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Are you related to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? I've heard about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, so I'm curious. How does it compare to the three major celestial sects of the wasteland? Duan Lingtian asked as his eyes glinted. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland can't compare to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Let's take the royal-grade celestial weapon as an example. Among the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, only the Tai celestial sect was lucky enough to obtain one. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, on the other hand, don't have any royal-grade celestial weapons. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, on the other hand, has 3 royal-grade celestial weapons. I heard they lost one of their royal-grade celestial weapons a few years ago, but someone managed to retrieve it. Long Fei Yun finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened immediately. Naturally, he knew the king-grade celestial weapon that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect had lost was the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. As for the person who found the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, she was none other than Morong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect whom he had once slept with. 13th Prince, do you know who found the royal-grade celestial weapon that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect lost? Duan Lingtian asked after taking a deep breath. I heard it's Morong Bing, one of the best among the younger generation in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Although she's a woman, her innate talent is so high that many men can only dream of catching up to her. Moreover, I heard she's the most likely candidate to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Long Fei Yun said. What a pity. A great beauty like her is destined to live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp. Rumor has it that Morong Bing is widely acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Long Fei Yun sighed. Live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp? Duan Lingtian frowned. Why do you say that? Brother Duan, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect is a purely female sect. They only accept female disciples, not male disciples. According to the sect's rules, the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect is forbidden from having any relations with men. As for the other female disciples of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, they don't have such restrictions. Don't you think it's a pity for a great beauty like her to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect? Long Fei Yun asked Duan Lingtian. I don't care if she doesn't become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Duan Lingtian scoffed as his eyes flashed. You can't say that. Although she's destined to live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp, she'll still be able to live a glorious life. After all, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect is not an ordinary sect. It's even more powerful than the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Long Fei Yun thought Duan Lingtian did not like the rules of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. He did not know Duan Lingtian had such a big reaction, because he was certain the most beautiful woman in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect was his woman. How could Duan Lingtian allow his woman to live the rest of her life under a Buddhist lamp? One day, I'll go to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect and take you away. I don't care if I don't become the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed brightly as a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. It was none other than Morong Bing, the disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, whom he had met once in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not even think about it. Even if he wanted to take Morong Bing away, would she be willing to follow him? Since Duan Lingtian's mood was slightly depressed, the atmosphere between him and Long Fei Yun was tense as well. Brother Duan, what's wrong? At this moment, even Long Fei Yun felt something was amiss with Duan Lingtian. He was puzzled. He did not know about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Morong Bing. If he had known about it, he would not have been puzzled. It did not take long for Duan Lingtian and Long Fei Yun to return to Long Fei Yun's residence in the Imperial Palace in the courtyard that Long Fei Yun had arranged for them. Around the same time Duan Lingtian returned. In the 4th Prince's residence in the Imperial Palace. Your Highness, the 4th Prince, it seems like the 13th Prince and the young man with the surname Duan went to see Lord Pei. Chapter 2742. Lord Pei? In the pavilion in the backyard of the 4th Prince's temporary imperial residence, the 2 men who were sitting in front of a stone table instinctively looked at each other after listening to the old man's report. Their eyes widened in unison. Are you sure they're looking for Lord Pei? Long Xiang Yun, the 4th Prince, asked in a deep voice after he regained his senses. Your Highness, you should know that Lord Pei is a celestial duke. I didn't dare to follow them too close to Lord Pei's mansion. The old man smiled bitterly. A celestial duke would be able to detect his presence as long as he was close enough. Once he was discovered, unless the celestial duke was merciful enough to forgive him, he would be crippled even if he did not die. All right, you can leave now. Long Xiangyun waved his hand, and the old man left. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would definitely recognize the old man. The old man who had left was none other than the old man who had accompanied Long Xiangyun and Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, to look for him at the Fleeting Time Inn. Similar to the old man who accompanied Long Qingyun, the seventh prince, this old man was a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial who was given to Long Xiangyun by the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Fourth brother, it seems like our 13th brother is really restless. Not only is he close to a disciple from a sect outside the wasteland, but he even brought that person to look for Lord Pei. What's he trying to do? The old man who was sitting next to Long Xiangyun was none other than Long Qingyun, the seventh prince. Long Qingyun's eyes flashed with killing intent when he reached the end of his sentence. 13th brother probably doesn't dare to bring that person to look for Lord Pei. If he really brought that person to look for him, it means Lord Pei wants to see that person. Long Xiangyun speculated. His expression was unsightly as well. If it weren't for Lord Pei, he would have died a long time ago. He wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly in front of us now. Long Qingyun said in a deep voice. Let's not talk about what happened back then. Father is unhappy about that matter as well. He clearly told us that if we kill 13th brother again, we won't be able to become the emperor, Long Xiangyun said. Long Xiangyun said. In the end, Imperial Father still thinks that 13th brother might be his own son. Fortunately, he can't be 100% sure that 13th brother is his son. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't have any business here. He had to admit that he was inferior to his 13th brother in all aspects. Based on Long Xiangyun's words, the person who almost killed the 13th prince was sent by him and Long Qingyun. When the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom found out about it, he scolded the two of them. After that, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom paid a visit to the white-clad young man who had saved Long Fei Yun. After confirming that the white-clad young man was a celestial duke and would not interfere with the inheritance of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was relieved. Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun had heard about this from their father, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. 13th brother, and that person might not have gone to meet Lord Pei. Moreover, so what if they went to meet Lord Pei? Lord Pei has already made it clear to Imperial Father that he won't interfere with the inheritance of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A celestial duke like him won't go back on his words, Long Xiangyun said. Long Xiangyun said. Even if he goes back on his words, he still has to consider the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. So what if he's a celestial duke? Do you think he's a match for the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and the other two celestial sects? The rule that celestial dukes are not allowed to interfere with the inheritance of the celestial kingdoms in the wasteland was set by the three major celestial sects, including the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. If he breaks the rule, the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, the Tai Yi Celestial sect, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect won't let him go. Long Qingyun snorted coldly. In my opinion, he only made such a statement in front of Imperial Father because he's afraid of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, the Tai Yi Celestial sect, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. That must be the case. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom isn't enough to deter a celestial duke like him. Long Xiangyun chimed in. I heard the fourth miss of the Zhou clan went to the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect to look for the third miss of the Zhou clan? Long Qingyun suddenly asked as he looked at Long Xiangyun. Yes. Long Xiangyun was not surprised that Long Qingyun knew about this matter. After all, his cousin had always acted rashly. It was only natural that everyone knew about her visit to the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. It shouldn't be difficult for the third miss of the Zhou clan to investigate the young man with the surname Duan. Long Qingyun narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. We'll find out soon enough, Long Xiangyun said indifferently. Long Xiangyun said in an indifferent tone. Although he spoke as if he didn't care, his expectant gaze betrayed the urgency in his heart. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. As one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, the Thousand Spiders celestial sect controlled one of the three primitive celestial crystal veins in the wasteland. Although the three primitive celestial crystal veins in the wasteland were small, they could not be compared to a supreme-grade celestial stone vein. No matter how big a supreme-grade celestial stone vein was, it could not be compared to the three primitive celestial crystal veins. The Thousand Spiders celestial sex estate was located near one of the primitive celestial crystal veins. For this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Thousand Spiders celestial sex estate was extremely dense. This was especially true in the area near the primitive celestial crystal veins where the high-ranking officials and core disciples of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect cultivated. At this moment, in a spacious courtyard located halfway up a mountain where one of the core disciples cultivated, a beautiful figure stood next to the rockery in the courtyard. She was holding a communication celestial talisman in her hand. As soon as the communication celestial talisman disappeared, she received the message. It's him. After the communication celestial talisman disappeared, the woman standing next to the rockery had a strange expression on her face. Third sister, is there any news? At this moment, another beautiful figure walked over to the woman standing next to the rockery and asked with an expectant expression on her face. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this woman with just a glance. She was none other than Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of Zhou clan, who had wanted to forcefully bring him back to the Zhou clan to be her boy toy. The woman standing next to the rockery was, naturally, the third miss of Zhou clan. She was the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, Zhou Shuqiu. Although they were sisters, Zhou Shuqiu was far more beautiful than Zhou Shudong in terms of figure and appearance. Most importantly, Zhou Shuqiu's temperament was far superior to Zhou Shudong's. In front of Zhou Shuqiu, Zhou Shudong was like a little maid. In the future, don't think about seeking revenge from him and offending him, Zhou Shuqiu said as she looked at Zhou Shuqiu. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Zhou Shudong, who had an expectant expression on her face, and said in a deep voice, "Otherwise, don't blame me for not avenging you even if he kills you." Third sister, is his background really that powerful? As soon as Zhou Shuqiu finished speaking, Zhou Shudong's complexion turned deathly pale. However, she was still somewhat unwilling to give up and asked, "I don't want to repeat my words," Zhou Shuqiu said. After a while, Zhou Shuqiu seemed to realize that her words were a little too harsh. She looked at Zhou Shudong, whose face was ashen, and said, "Dong the conflict between you and him in the past was all because of you. He's already being merciful by not killing you. Don't make an enemy out of him in the future." "I understand, third sister," Zhou Shudong quickly replied. Zhou Shudong hurriedly responded, but she also made up her mind. She no longer wanted to retaliate against the purple-clad young man she hated to the bone. "Go back to your room. I'll send you back to your clan in 2 days," Zhou Shuqiu said. Zhou Shudong complied and went back to her room obediently. She obeyed her third sister Zhou Shuqiu's every word. What a coincidence. He's actually in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After Zhou Shudong left, Zhou Shuqiu shook her head again. Then, her eyes glinted as she said curiously, "I'd like to see what kind of man he is. He took advantage of Bing and made Bing ask me to take care of him. However, Bing man isn't simple. Even a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect managed to find him, but he still managed to escape. I wonder where he obtained the Shadow Void escaping talisman inscribed by a celestial king. If Bing finds out there's a woman by his side, I wonder if she'll be jealous." Zhou Shuqiu muttered to herself. As Zhou Shuqiu muttered to herself, a hint of a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. Based on Zhou Shuqiu's words, it was obvious she knew Morong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Moreover, she seemed to have a close relationship with Morong Bing. Based on Zhou Shuqiu's words, it was clear she had learned a lot about Duan Lingtian. At the very least, she had learned about what had happened to Duan Lingtian during the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion under the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom through the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sex Intelligence Network. Fortunately, he didn't kill Dong-er. Otherwise, even if Bing-er asked me to protect him, I wouldn't have let him go so easily. Thinking of this, Zhou Shuqiu's eyes revealed a hint of relief, but there was also a hint of coldness mixed in. Zhou Shudong, who had returned to her room, was unaware of this. In fact, the purple-clad young man whom she hated to the core did not come from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland. Her third sister had told her not to provoke the purple-clad young man, because the purple-clad young man was a purple-clad young man. That purple-clothed young man was her third sister's best friend, who was like a real sister to her. She asked her to take care of and protect the man. Sometimes, the world was small. Chapter 2743. I'm so close to breaking through and becoming a violet sun golden celestial. Once I become a violet sun golden celestial, I'll only need one great overarching pill to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial in a short time. After becoming a great overarching golden celestial, I'll only need to consume a large amount of great overarching pills to increase my cultivation base. Of course, the effects of the great overarching pills become less and less effective as time goes by. For example, a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial won't have much of an effect after consuming a great overarching pill. In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. After half a year, Duan Lingtian was finally close to becoming a violet sun golden celestial with Huan Er's help. He was confident that he would be able to break through and become a violet sun golden celestial in just a short while. Brother Lingtian, you're awake? A pleasant voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as soon as he opened his eyes. It was none other than Huan Er, who had been cultivating with her back facing him. She had also woken up from her cultivation when Duan Lingtian woke up. She immediately turned around to face Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and turned around to face Huan Er. Although Duan Lingtian had seen Huan Er's beautiful face countless times, he still could not help but feel a ripple in his heart when he saw her again. Huan Er was simply too beautiful. She was so beautiful that words could not describe her beauty. Perhaps he would not be able to find another woman as beautiful as her in this world. Huan Er, how long was I in closed-door cultivation this time? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian asked, What's the matter? Brother Lingtian, you've been in closed-door cultivation for half a year. Huan Er replied with a smile. Only half a year? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He smiled faintly as he thought to himself, It seems like I have a chance to become a violet sun golden celestial before the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom selects the young powerhouses below the age of 100 to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help but light up like two bright stars in the night sky. Once he became a great overarching golden celestial, not only would his strength improve, but his primitive celestial fire would also be upgraded to a mediocre celestial fire. That was what he had been waiting for a long time. Big Brother Lingtian, you promised to take me out to eat, drink, and have fun. Are you going back on your word? In just a blink of an eye, Huan Er's expression changed to a pitiful one. Duan Lingtian's heart ached when he saw this. He hastily explained, Lingtian, of course, I won't go back on my word. Big Brother Lingtian, why don't you take me out to eat and have fun? All right. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the pitiful expression on Huan Er's face disappeared and was replaced with excitement. She looked like a child who had not grown up yet. You little girl. Duan Lingtian smiled helplessly when he saw the change in Huan Er's expression. He did not seem to have taught Huan Er these things. Naturally, he was not surprised that Huan Er knew these things. In the past, when he was shopping with Huan Er, there were many women who would look pitiful and tearful, forcing their male companions to submit to their demands. Huan Er had completely mastered this tactic. Huan Er, do you have the concealment pendant I gave you 6 months ago? Duan Lingtian asked. Big Brother Lingtian, I have it with me. Huan placed her hand on her belt and took out a jade pendant that was originally hidden there. It was the concealment pendant that Duan Lingtian had obtained from the white-clad young man with the surname Pei. It could conceal the aura of Huan Er's flesh and blood if she was younger than 100 years old. Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and shrouded Huan Er's body. Although he could sense Huan Er's flesh and blood, he could not tell she was younger than 100 years old. This concealment pendant is pretty good. I can still sense Huan Er's flesh and blood, but I can't tell she's younger than 100 years old. Duan Lingtian sighed. After putting on the veil and hat, Duan Lingtian brought Huan Er out of the courtyard of the 13th prince's residence. After bidding farewell to Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, they prepared to leave the imperial palace as well. Brother Duan, are you and Miss Huan Er going out? Long Fei Yun smiled and said, "It's been a while since I left the palace. Why don't I tag along? With Qiuling around, you'll be safer." Although Long Fei Yun knew the woman by Duan Lingtian's side was not weak, he was still worried that something would happen to Duan Lingtian and Huan Er in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For this reason, he tactfully suggested bringing Qiuling along to protect them. Naturally, if Duan Lingtian refused, he would still send Qiuling to protect them in the dark, even though he would no longer accompany them. Huan Er, what do you think? Duan Lingtian looked at Huan Er and asked for her opinion. Does the 13th prince want to tag along? Brother Lingtian, does he want to tag along with us? At that time, he'll be able to pay for the celestial stones we need to buy and eat? Huan Er asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian like a money grubber. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Huan Er's words. When did this last become so? Housekeeping? Don't worry, Miss Huan Er. I'll tag along. I'll pay for everything. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Long Fei Yun's question. Long Fei Yun laughed and said, "You're right. In that case, I'll reluctantly allow you to tag along with us." Huan Er said. The corner of Long Fei Yun's mouth twitched. He was, after all, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Why was he acting like a lackey now? Moreover, it seemed like he was only allowed to be a lackey because of Huan Er's kindness. However, when he thought about Huan Er's strength, he did not feel dissatisfied at all. Although Duan Lingtian didn't tell him about this woman's origin, based on his guess, this woman's background was absolutely not simple. What a joke. How could a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, who was not even 100 years old, be simple? Just like that, the original group of 2 people eating, drinking, and having fun had 2 more people. Duan Lingtian spent the next month accompanying Huan Er as they toured the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun and Qiuling, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, stayed by their side to ensure their safety. During this month, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood when he saw how happy Huan Er was. During this time, apart from accompanying Huan Er, Duan Lingtian had also asked Huan Er a lot of questions. He asked her about her current cultivation base. In the end, he confirmed she was a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although Huan Er has 99 heavenly veins like me, she can't raise her celestial origin energy through them. It seems like my 99 heavenly veins are able to raise my celestial origin energy by 2 levels because of the tempering in the celestial ascension pool. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but recall Xiajia, a middle-aged man who claimed to be Ker's 3rd uncle from her past life, in the Yanhuang realm. Due to Xiajia's reminder, Duan Lingtian did not leave the celestial ascension pool immediately after he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Instead, he stayed in the celestial ascension pool for a while to temper his 99 heavenly veins. As a result, his 99 heavenly veins were able to raise his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. Naturally, the 2 levels referred to the increase of one's celestial ascension pool. If Duan Lingtian was a violet sun golden celestial, a peak great overarching golden celestial, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, or a 10-direction celestial duke, however, the 99 heavenly veins in his body were not enough to allow his celestial origin energy to advance to the next stage. Take a violet sun golden celestial, for example. If Duan Lingtian was a violet sun golden celestial, his celestial origin energy would not be as strong as a great overarching golden celestial, let alone a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. After all, the gap between a golden celestial and a great overarching golden celestial was too wide. Even so, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was still far superior to that of a great overarching golden celestial. For example, right now, although Duan Lingtian was only an indigo sun golden celestial, his celestial origin energy was much stronger than the celestial origin energy of other violet sun golden celestials after it was boosted by his 99 heavenly veins. On this day, Duan Lingtian accompanied Huan as they strolled through the streets of the capital of the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom. Long Fei Yun walked next to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Qiu Ling followed closely behind them. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a pleasant female voice rang from behind Duan Lingtian. She called out Duan Lingtian's full name. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that someone had called out his full name. After all, Huan had been calling him Brother Lingtian and Long Fei Yun had been calling him Brother Duan. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess his name if one paid attention to them. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at the person who had called out to him. Third Miss Zhou. Chapter 2744. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the person who had called out to him. Apart from Huan and Morong Bing, she was the most beautiful woman he had seen in the spirit overarching heaven since he had arrived in the Devata realm. The woman wore a light green robe. She had dark eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a high nose. Coupled with her cherry lips and her nearly perfect facial features, she was like a finely crafted work of art. With just a glance, one would have a pleasing feeling. Duan Lingtian was certain this was his first time meeting this woman. However, he was familiar with the woman standing next to her. She was none other than Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. Duan Lingtian was surprised. There was no hatred in Zhou Shudong's eyes when she looked at him. Instead, there was a hint of fear and panic in her eyes. It was as though she regarded him as a ferocious beast. Third miss. At the same time, Long Fei Yun's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He knew the woman standing next to Zhou Shudong was none other than Zhou Shudong's sister, the third miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shuqiu. Half a year ago, Long Fei Yun had heard about this woman from the 13th prince. Apart from being the third miss of the Zhou clan, she was also the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. Third miss, I didn't expect to see you here. I remember you. Ever since you joined the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect, you've been elusive. It's hard for others to even meet you. I didn't expect to see you here. I'm really lucky. Although Long Fei Yun knew Zhou Shuqiu was here for Duan Lingtian, he quickly smiled and took the initiative to greet Zhou Shuqiu. You must be joking, 13th prince. I'm usually with master and rarely return to the capital. Zhou Shuqiu smiled. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Zhou Shudong and said indifferently, Dong have you forgotten what I told you? Upon hearing Zhou Shuqiu's words, Zhou Shudong's body trembled slightly. She quickly stepped forward and bowed slightly as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm sorry. It's my fault. HM? Although this was not the first time Zhou Shudong had apologized to him, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that Zhou Shudong did not seem reluctant at all. It was as though she was willing to apologize to him. This greatly surprised him. One ought to know that when the fourth prince, Long Xiang Yun, had asked Zhou Shudong to apologize to him, she had only apologized perfunctorily. Moreover, her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, may I have a word with you? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Long Fei Yun's expression changed drastically. He looked at Zhou Shuqiu and said in a deep voice, Third miss, is there anything you can't say here? If you think there are too many people, I can ask Qiu Ling to clear the area. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, he turned to look at Qiu Ling and nodded. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 waves of boundless power swept out from Qiu Ling's body, turning into gusts of wild wind that swept in all directions. The surrounding people were all pushed far away, but they were not hurt. This was a testament to Qiu Ling's ability to control his energy. For a time, the bustling area was deserted. What's going on? What's going on? Among the group of people who had been pushed far away, apart from a small number of people, most of them had no idea what was going on and were all dumbfounded. However, although they did not know what happened, they could clearly feel that the power just now was invincible. For this reason, they still felt a lingering fear. Isn't that His Highness, the 13th Prince? When the crowd regained their senses, they quickly recognized Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. That's the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. Soon after, someone recognized Zhou Shudong, that purple-clad young man and the woman wearing a veil next to him. I've seen them before. They're the ones who killed the Zhou clan's elder and injured the fourth miss of the Zhou clan 6 months ago. It's them? Is the fourth miss of the Zhou clan seeking revenge? It doesn't seem like it. I saw the fourth miss of the Zhou clan apologizing to the purple-clad young man under the instruction of the woman next to her. As the crowd discussed among themselves, many of them turned to look at Zhou Shuqiu, who was standing next to Zhou Shudong. Isn't she the third miss of the Zhou clan? Soon after, a sharp-eyed old man exclaimed, although her temperament has changed a lot, her appearance hasn't changed much. She's indeed the third miss of the Zhou clan. What? The third miss of the Zhou clan? The third miss of the Zhou clan, the most beautiful woman in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? A commotion broke out in the crowd when the sharp-eyed old man spoke. After all, the third miss of the Zhou clan was too famous. She was the most beautiful woman in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She was the most talented person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the past 1,000 years. She was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. She was the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. This was the halo above the head of the Zhou clan's third young miss, Boundless Glory. While everyone's attention was on Zhou Shuqiu, she glanced at Long Fei Yun indifferently and said, 13th Prince, I have something to say to Duan Lingtian in private. It's inconvenient even for my sister to listen. Zhou Shuqiu's words were clear. Even her sister, Zhou Shudong, would have to listen to her when she spoke to Duan Lingtian in private. What if I don't allow Brother Duan to come with you? Long Fei Yun asked in a deep voice as his expression turned cold. Although Zhou Shuqiu was from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, she was still in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As the Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he was protected by the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Even the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect would not dare to touch him without a valid reason. Moreover, although Zhou Shuqiu was not weak, she had Qiu Ling, a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by her side. Swoosh! As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Qiu Ling, who was standing behind Long Fei Yun, suddenly appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. He shielded Duan Lingtian behind him as he stared at Zhou Shuqiu fiercely. Not long ago, I heard that the 13th Prince recruited a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Zhou Shuqiu narrowed her eyes when she saw Qiu Ling standing between her and Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, whoosh! A surge of powerful celestial origin energy surged out of Zhou Shuqiu's body, causing her green robe to flutter even though there was no wind. Even the dust on the ground was swept away by her celestial origin energy. She's a heaven-rank overarching, heavenly supreme celestial as well? Qiu Ling's expression changed drastically when he sensed Zhou Shuqiu's celestial origin energy. Just as Qiu Ling's expression changed drastically, Zhou Shuqiu's figure flashed, and she seemed to have disappeared into thin air. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Zhou Shuqiu had disappeared into thin air. Bang! As soon as Duan Lingtian saw Qiu Ling's figure swaying, a muffled sound rang in his ears again. Then, he saw Zhou Shuqiu standing before him. Unknowingly, Zhou Shuqiu had appeared in front of Qiu Ling. She was wearing a glove that looked like it was made of spider silk. With a flip of her hand, waves of aura pressed down on Qiu Ling's body like Mount Tai. Qiu Ling, on the other hand, had taken out his celestial weapon and was struggling to withstand Zhou Shuqiu's palm strike. He knelt down on one knee, and wherever his knee touched, the ground cracked like a spider web, and the cracks continued to spread out in all directions. Get lost. Before everyone, including Duan Lingtian, could react, Zhou Shuqiu said in a low voice. Let's go. As soon as Zhou Shuqiu finished speaking, the waves of energy that were crashing down on Qiu Ling changed direction. Boom. The Gangqi changed direction and hit Qiu Ling, sending him flying into the distance and crashing into the ground. Qiu Ling's qi and blood were in turmoil, and he was in a sorry state. At this moment, the people present on the scene finally regained their senses. Did the third miss of the Zhou clan say that the person next to the 13th prince is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? I think so. Heavens. The third miss of the Zhou clan easily suppressed a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Does this mean she's stronger than a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? I'm sure the third miss of the Zhou clan is stronger than a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, her cultivation base might not be higher than her opponent's. Indeed, even if the third miss of the Zhou clan is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it's easy for her to defeat an unorthodox heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After all, her master is the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Her celestial methods and divine abilities must be earth-grade. Duan Lingtian heard the discussions from afar. It gave him a new understanding of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland already have earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities? Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he heard this. He realized his current situation was not as good as before. His advantage in terms of celestial methods and divine abilities was getting smaller and smaller. Among the celestial methods and divine abilities he had mastered, only the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was a heaven-grade divine ability. Chapter 2745. Why UVE broken through and become a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Long Fei Yun exclaimed in shock when he saw Zhou Shuqiu. Although he knew Zhou Shuqiu had a high innate talent and was already an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he did not expect her to have broken through and become a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. This was what Qiu Ling had told him through voice transmission. Long Fei Yun was not surprised that Qiu Ling, who was also a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, was easily defeated by Zhou Shuqiu. After all, Zhou Shuqiu was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Her cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities were at least earth-grade. On the other hand, although Qiu Ling was a heaven-stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his cultivation method was only earth-grade. His celestial methods and divine abilities were only profound-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Moreover, Zhou Shuqiu's innate talent far surpassed Qiu Ling's. This meant she had more heavenly veins than Qiu Ling. This meant she could circulate her celestial origin energy faster. Therefore, it was only natural Qiu Ling was no match for Zhou Shuqiu. I just had a breakthrough recently. Hearing Long Fei Yun's exclamation, Zhou Shuqiu glanced at him indifferently and said unhurriedly. Then, she ignored Long Fei Yun. She shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian again. A hint of surprise could be seen in her eyes. She originally thought that even if Duan Lingtian didn't lose his head out of fear after she made a move earlier, it would definitely be impossible for him to be as calm as before. It did not cross her mind that Duan Lingtian still had a calm expression on his face even until now. Isn't he afraid at all? Zhou Shuqiu thought to herself. After a few moments, Zhou Shuqiu seemed to have thought of something. A beautiful smile appeared on her face as she said, "You're right. A man who can make Bing care about him must be extraordinary. Lead the way." Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu calmly. "Brother Duan." Long Fei Yun's expression changed greatly. He felt that Zhou Shuqiu wouldn't find Duan Lingtian for anything good, so he didn't want Duan Lingtian to go with Zhou Shuqiu. Brother Lingtian. Her perfect face, hidden by the veil and hat, paled slightly. She reached out and grabbed Duan Lingtian's arm tightly, as if she would never let go. "Don't worry, big brother Lingtian will be back soon. He'll be fine," Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he gently patted Huan Er's hand. "Big brother Lingtian, I'm useless and stupid. If I could master all the celestial methods and divine abilities in my inherited memories, she wouldn't be a match for me. However, even if I'm weaker than her now, I'm not afraid of her. A hint of determination flashed in the depths of her eyes when she spoke to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. As a thousand phantoms ice fox that only appeared once in a million years in the Phantom Fox clan, she had no lack of secret techniques that would allow her to die together with the woman in front of her in order to protect her brother Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. This was because Duan Lingtian had reminded her not to reveal the fact that she possessed a legacy memory. She had to communicate with him through voice transmission instead of saying it out loud. Naturally, she remembered Duan Lingtian's words. Huaner, she really has something to discuss with Big Brother Lingtian. If she wants to harm Big Brother Lingtian, she can do it here. There's no need for her to go somewhere else. Duan Lingtian patted Huan Er's hand again to make sure she had calmed down. Then, he gently removed her hand from his arm. It was as though he was caressing a flower, afraid a petal would fall from it. Zhou Shuqiu frowned when she saw Duan Lingtian's actions. In her heart, to a certain extent, she had already determined that this man was her best friend's man. She was slightly displeased when she saw Duan Lingtian treating another woman so gently. I don't have much time to waste here. Zhou Shuqiu's expression darkened as she said coldly. At this moment, a hint of disgust could be seen in Zhou Shuqiu's eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. She thought to herself, I really don't understand why Bing would fall for such a playboy. Even if he's not at fault, there's no need for Bing to care about him. She should have just left him to his own devices. To think that Bing asked me to protect him when he was targeted by the compassionate celestial traveler sect, I really feel bad for her. Zhou Shuqiu thought to herself. I'm coming. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently when he heard Zhou Shuqiu's words. Then, he comforted her and told her to wait for him. He promised that he would be back soon. Following that, Duan Lingtian nodded at Long Fei Yun before he walked toward Zhou Shuqiu. Zhou Shuqiu led Duan Lingtian through several streets before they finally arrived at an empty alley. After making sure there was no one around, Zhou Shuqiu came to a halt. Aren't you worried that I'll harm you if you follow me? Zhou Shuqiu asked with a cold expression on her face as she looked at Duan Lingtian who had stopped moving. If you want to harm me, is there a need for you to bring me here? Duan Lingtian responded with a question. That's true. Although Zhou Shuqiu agreed with Duan Lingtian's words, she still admired Duan Lingtian's courage. At the very least, from the beginning until she injured the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his expression did not change at all. Just this kind of courage and guts was enough to make her admire him. I didn't expect this playboy to have such courage. At this moment, Zhou Shuqiu's disgust for Duan Lingtian lessened a little. She felt that this fickle man did have some redeeming qualities. If Duan Lingtian knew what Zhou Shuqiu was thinking, he would have laughed bitterly. How did he become a playboy? If he was really a playboy, he would have at least 8 or 10 women, if not a few dozens. Duan Lingtian is from the Nine Spectres County, one of the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, listened with a calm expression. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. The Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect is indeed one of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. What a powerful intelligence network. In just half a year's time, Zhou Shuqiu has already figured out everything about me. However, as Zhou Shuqiu continued to speak, Duan Lingtian realized there were many things she did not know about him. For example, she did not know he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 10 years ago. She also did not know about Huan Er's origin. Nevertheless, he was still shocked that Zhou Shuqiu was able to find out so much about him through the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's intelligence network. Since you found out about me, why did you ask your sister to apologize to me? You could have killed me to avenge her. With your strength, you can even defeat the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by the 13th prince's side. It's easy for you to kill me, Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu. He could not figure it out. Since Zhou Shuqiu had found out about him, why did she not want to kill him? Naturally, I have my reasons for not killing you. You'll find out in the future. Zhou Shuqiu did not intend to tell Duan Lingtian about her relationship with Morongbing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She paused for a moment before she asked, "Why did the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect want to kill you? Is it true that you're from a sect that's hostile to the compassionate celestial traveler sect?" It seems like Zhou Shuqiu didn't kill me because she's worried I'm a disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, all the doubts in his heart disappeared. "What do you think?" Duan Lingtian responded with a question. "I don't think so." Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before she said, "Through the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's intelligence network, I found out the reason the compassionate celestial traveler sect sent a powerhouse to kill you is related to Morongbing." Morongbing. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhou Shuqiu mention Morongbing. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu. He did not expect the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect would be able to find out about this. "Can you tell me what happened between you and Morongbing? Why would the compassionate celestial traveler sect send a celestial duke to kill you for her?" Zhou Shuqiu asked. "I can't tell you that," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "I heard that Morongbing originally had hopes of becoming the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. However, since she lost her virginity, she's not destined to be the next sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect." Zhou Shuqiu paused for a moment when she spoke. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard her words. Initially, he thought the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had to sever all ties with men. It did not cross his mind that the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect would not allow a non-virgin disciple to become the next sect leader. If that was the case, it would be a good thing for him. At the very least, Morongbing would not be able to become the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. He did not want Morongbing to sever her 7 emotions and 6 desires after becoming the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After all, she was his woman after all. However, I heard that the compassionate celestial traveler sect arranged a marriage for her. I heard the other party is a good-for-nothing young master from a great clan that's slightly stronger than the compassionate celestial traveler sect. It's a pity, Zhou Shuqiu said. Zhou Shuqiu sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. A marriage? Chapter 2746. When he had realized that he and Morongbing had slept together, he had already decided that Morongbing was his woman, and she could only be his woman. However, Zhou Shuqiu was telling him now. The compassionate celestial traveler sect had arranged a marriage for Morongbing. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's face turned gloomy. It was so gloomy that it seemed as though water would drip from it. "Are you telling the truth?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at Zhou Shuqiu coldly. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Shuqiu asked, even though she knew the answer. She pretended not to understand Duan Lingtian's words. "Is it true that the compassionate celestial traveler sect arranged a marriage for Morongbing?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "Is there a need for me to lie to you?" Zhou Shuqiu glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before a strange expression appeared on her face. "Why do I feel like you're particularly agitated when I mention the compassionate celestial traveler sect arranged a marriage for Morongbing? Don't tell me you're the man who raped Morongbing? I don't think it's you. You're so weak. There's no way Morongbing would fall for you." Zhou Shuqiu shook her head when she finished speaking. "Umph." Upon hearing Zhou Shuqiu's words, Duan Lingtian scoffed before he turned around and left, ignoring Zhou Shuqiu. At the same time, a raging fire burned in his heart. The compassionate celestial traveler sect? If you dare to arrange a marriage between my woman and another man, I'll annihilate your entire sect. At the same time, Duan Lingtian swore in his heart. At this moment, he desperately wanted to be strong enough to snatch Morongbing away from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duan Lingtian was not worried that Zhou Shuqiu would kill him when he left. He didn't care whether Zhou Shuqiu thought he had a powerful backer or not. He knew that even if Zhou Shuqiu wanted to kill him, there would be someone who would stop her. That person was the white-robed young man with the surname Pei who had made a deal with him half a year ago. Currently, the white-clad young man's royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, was still in his possession. Moreover, the white-clad young man wanted him to retrieve the other royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, from the little world left behind by the celestial king. At the very least, before he obtained the mystical E9 water chestnut ring for the other party would not let others kill him so easily. He had realized this half a year ago. At that time, he knew he had a life-saving talisman in the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Moreover, the talisman was so strong that even the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom would not be able to destroy it. Not to mention Emir Zhou Shuqiu. He does have some temper. Zhou Shuqiu did not stop Duan Lingtian from leaving. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian's back as a smile appeared on her face. It seems like he still cares about Bing Er. He has a sense of responsibility, but it's a pity he's such a playboy. If Bing Er finds out he's flirting with another woman, I wonder what she'll think. Zhou Shuqiu shook her head as she muttered to herself. A hint of displeasure could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Huan Er. Duan Lingtian did not wait for Huan Er to speak before he said, I want to go back and cultivate. Do you want to continue shopping with the 13th prince and the others, or do you want to come back with me? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely focused on his cultivation. Although Duan Lingtian wanted Huan Er to return with him, since she was the one who provided him with the best cultivation environment in the divine crystals, Duan Lingtian did not want her to leave with him. Although the cultivation environment in the 13th Prince's palace was not bad, it was still lacking compared to the cultivation environment created by Huan Er's divine crystal. Brother Lingtian, I'll go back with you. Although Huan Er did not know why Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry to go back to cultivate, she still wanted to go back with Duan Lingtian. After all, she only felt happy when she was with Duan Lingtian. If she was alone with someone else, she would not feel happy even if she had food, drinks, and fun. Duan Lingtian left in a hurry with Huan Er. Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, hurriedly brought Xiu Ling with him as well. His heart was filled with confusion as he thought to himself, what did Zhou Shuqiu do to Brother Lingtian? Why is Brother Lingtian in such a hurry to go back to cultivate? However, on the way back, Duan Lingtian suddenly had an idea. He turned around and went to look for the white-clad young man with the surname Pei. As for Huan Er and the other two, Duan Lingtian asked them to go back first. Brother Pei. Upon seeing the white-clad young man, Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and said solemnly, I would like to ask you for a favor. What favor? The white-clad young man sat in front of a stone table in the courtyard and sipped on a cup of tea. He glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby, and asked, I would like you to ask the compassionate celestial traveler sect to cancel the marriage between their disciple, Murong Bing, and someone from another force, even if you have to use force. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice as his eyes flashed. Although he did not know when the compassionate celestial traveler sect would allow Murong Bing to marry someone from another force, he knew it was unrealistic to rely on himself to stop the marriage. For this reason, he thought of the white-clad young man. Although he did not know the white-clad young man's cultivation base, since the white-clad young man had a royal-grade celestial weapon, while the compassionate celestial traveler sect only had 3 king-grade celestial weapons, it would not be difficult for the white-clad young man to stop the marriage. Oh? The white-clad young man placed his teacup on the table and looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. What's your relationship with Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Why do you want to stop the compassionate celestial traveler sect from marrying her to another force? She's my woman, Duan Lingtian said bluntly. If I don't help you, will you not help me obtain the mystical E9 water chestnut ring? The white-clad young man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Of course not. Duan Lingtian hurriedly shook his head. Those are 2 separate matters. Since I've already agreed to that matter, and Big Brother Pei has given me the concealment pendant, I naturally won't go back on my word. This time, I'm looking for Big Brother Pei for a completely different reason, Duan Lingtian replied. If I help you, what will you give me in return? The white-robed young man had the posture of a businessman as he looked at Duan Tian meaningfully and asked, "I'm willing to promise you, Big Brother Pei, as long as you help me, no matter what happens in the future, as long as you say the word, I, Duan Tian, will definitely do anything within my power." Duan Tian replied, "Based on your words, are you trying to gain something without risking anything?" The white-robed young man smiled nonchalantly. "If you, Duan Tian, can solve it, why can't I solve it myself?" Upon hearing the white-clad young man's words, Duan Tian fell silent despite his reluctance. Indeed, how could someone as strong as the white-clad young man in front of him possibly have a problem that he could not solve? Could it be that he was telling the white-clad young man that he had 9 heavenly veins? With 99 heavenly veins, his future would be limitless? Wouldn't that be the same as gaining something without risking anything? After all, who could be certain that he, Duan Tian, would not die prematurely in the future? For this reason, even he himself felt that the promise he made was not convincing at all. Forget it. Duan Tian fell silent. Just when he thought there was no hope left, the white-clad young man said, "I can try to help you, but I'm not sure if I'll succeed. After all, I still don't know which force the compassionate celestial traveler sect is going to marry. Duan Tian would be grateful if you're willing to help, Brother Pei." Duan Tian hurriedly said, "Besides that, the promise I made is still valid." After he finished speaking, Duan Tian bade farewell to the white-clad young man and left. "What an interesting fellow." The white-clad young man chuckled. After Duan Tian left, the white-clad young man smiled faintly and narrowed his eyes. Moreover, he's a sentimental person. A hint of sadness could be seen in the depths of the white-clad young man's eyes when he said the word sentimental. He used to be a sentimental person as well. Unfortunately, he did not have much fate with her. In the end, he could only retrieve the royal-grade celestial weapon that he had given her to comfort her soul in heaven. Although the white-clad young man had agreed to help, it did not affect Duan Tian's cultivation. After he returned to the 13th prince's residence in the imperial palace, he immersed himself in his cultivation. It was as though he would not come out of closed-door cultivation until he became a violet sun golden celestial. Time continued to pass by. The day of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family selection of participants for the grand contest of the wasteland was getting closer and closer. As the day of the imperial family selection of participants for the grand contest of the wasteland drew closer, the number of people in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom increased. Most of the people who showed up were from the various mansions of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Some of them had come from other places to join in the fun. Perhaps they could not personally witness the selection of participants for the grand contest of the wasteland, but they would be able to find out the results of the selection as soon as possible. The more people there were, the more chaotic it became. Naturally, Duan Tian, who was immersed in his cultivation, was unaware of all this. While Duan Tian was cultivating in closed-door cultivation, there were many things that happened in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. When Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince, learned from Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, that Duan Tian had a powerful background, he no longer dared to take any chances. Even his cousin, who was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, did not dare to provoke Duan Tian. How could he possibly provoke Duan Tian? Was he tired of living? Long Xiangyun was unaware the reason Zhou Shuqiu had shown mercy to Duan Tian and told Zhou Shudong not to provoke him was not because Duan Tian had a powerful background. It was all because of her best friend. Chapter 2747. Although the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had a quota of 50 people to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, there were many princes in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, there were many mansions under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had recruited many young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old. Therefore, there was only one quota for each mansions. It was unknown if the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had intentionally assigned the task of recruiting young powerhouses below the age of 100 to the princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian had also promised that the strongest powerhouse under the age of 100 would be given a Duke-grade celestial weapon by the Crown Prince. Even in a high-rank celestial kingdom like the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, there were only a handful of Duke-grade celestial weapons. For this reason, the princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had spared no effort to recruit young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old. Some of them had even promised various benefits to recruit young powerhouses. I heard that the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, who's not even 100 years old, was poached by the 7th Prince. He's now a subordinate of the 7th Prince. He'll be representing the 7th Prince in the selection for the Wasteland Grand Contest. As the date of the Wasteland Grand Contest drew near, many rumors began to spread in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Really? The Violet Sun Golden Immortal under the age of 100 that Grand Prestige Mansion was looking for was taken away by the 7th Prince? It's said that the Grand Prestige Mansion spent a lot of effort to nurture that young powerhouse. However, he's now a subordinate of the 7th Prince? At this moment, someone who was in the know said, "You don't know this." Instead of saying that the 7th Prince has recruited the Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the Grand Prestige Mansion, it's more accurate to say that the Grand Prestige Mansion has sent the Violet Sun Golden Celestial to the 7th Prince. What do you mean? Many people were puzzled. Think about it. If the Violet Sun Golden Celestial represents the Grand Prestige Mansion in the Wasteland Grand Contest, what will the Grand Prestige Mansion obtain? And if I were to represent the 7th Prince in battle and obtain first place in the selection, what would I be able to obtain for the 7th Prince? Although the reward given by the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is generous, it can't compare to the reward given by the Prince. The former reward is an overarching heaven pill that can help one become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. On the other hand, he'll be able to obtain a Duke-grade celestial weapon. The Duke-grade celestial weapon is secondary. If the 7th Prince's subordinates can help him obtain the title of the first prince, it'll be much easier for him to compete for the throne. The crowd could understand why the Grand Prestige Mansion gave the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, who was not even 100 years old, to the 7th Prince. If the Grand Prestige Mansion could help the 7th Prince become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the 7th Prince would definitely reward the Grand Prestige Mansion handsomely in the future. At that time, the Grand Prestige Mansion would be able to obtain more than just an overarching heaven pill. Meanwhile, the 4th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Long Xiangyun, who had just received the news, was so angry that he smashed the cup in his hand. Grand Prestige Mansion, 7th brother, good job. You guys are really good. Long Xiangyun was so angry that his chest heaved up and down like a bellows. It took a long time for him to calm down. Previously, he had tried to poach the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion. However, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion had rejected him and said he would not leave the mansion. However, in just a blink of an eye, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion had joined his 7th brother's faction. This made Long Xiangyun extremely frustrated. Meanwhile, in the 13th Prince's residence, the 4th Prince's residence received the news as well. 7th brother is really cunning. Even the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon from the Grand Prestige Mansion is his subordinate. It seems like he's determined to obtain the Duke-grade Celestial weapon. The 13th Prince, Long Fei-yun, sat in front of the stone table in the pavilion. He gently tapped the stone table with his hand and muttered to himself. Qiu Ling, who was standing behind Long Fei-yun, said indifferently when he heard Long Fei-yun's words, "However, I'm afraid the 7th Prince would never expect you to have a trump card that can suppress the Violet Sun Golden Celestial weapon. I wonder if the Emperor will bestow the Duke-grade Celestial weapon upon you when you win the selection, the 13th Prince? After all, up until now, none of the princes have a Duke-grade Celestial weapon. If you obtain the Duke-grade Celestial weapon, you'll be the first prince in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to obtain a Duke-grade Celestial weapon." Long Fei-yun nodded. If it was a private agreement, Imperial Father might have changed his mind. However, this time, the people from the various imperial residences are present. Furthermore, the various great clans in the capital will be entering the palace to observe the selection. No matter how unwilling Imperial Father is, he cannot swallow his pride and go back on his word. Long Fei Yun's eyes glinted confidently. Based on his words, it was as though he had already obtained the Duke-grade celestial weapon. At some point, Long Fei Yun's gaze shifted in the direction of his residence. Brother Duan is a bona fide great overarching golden celestial. He became a great overarching golden celestial a year ago. Now that he has consumed a large number of great overarching pills, his strength must have improved. Previously, Duan Lingtian had asked him for a large number of great overarching pills. Even the mansions of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had a large number of great overarching pills, let alone the imperial family. Although Long Fei Yun was not favored by the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he could easily obtain a large number of great overarching pills from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom storehouse. Even if Duan Lingtian wanted to break through and become a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial, Long Fei Yun would be able to provide Duan Lingtian with enough great overarching pills. At the same time, in the direction of Long Fei Yun's gaze, in a room in the courtyard of a guest house, the liquid heaven and earth spirit chi filled the entire room, as if it could burst open at any time. A man and a woman were sitting on a bed with their backs facing each other. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy was constantly flowing out from the pendant around the woman's neck. To be more precise, it was flowing out from the crystal on the pendant. The man and woman were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Currently, there was only a month left until the selection held by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. 2 months ago, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the Violet Sun Golden Celestial stage. After he had broken through, he immediately left his room and asked Long Fei Yun for a large number of great overarching pills so that he could break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. In fact, he only needed one great overarching pill to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, at his current cultivation base, no matter how many great overarching pills he consumed, the effect would still be the same as consuming one great overarching pill. This was because it would take a certain amount of time to absorb the effect of the great overarching pill. However, he still took a lot of great overarching pills since he did not want to reveal his true cultivation base. I wonder what kind of soul attack the defective metal piece can withstand. If I reveal my true cultivation base, I'm afraid even Tom, Dick, and Harry would dare to attack me. The reason Duan Lingtian did not want to reveal his true cultivation base was because he had considered this point. The defective metal piece was none other than the metal piece that Duan Lingtian had brought from the mundane realm. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the gray flame he controlled was the Chaos Divine Flame. He was unaware that the defective metal piece was called the Profound Divine Metal by the Chaos Divine Flame and was one of the 5 divine elements. The great overarching pill is indeed worthy of being called the pass for a Violet Sun Golden Celestial to become a great overarching golden celestial. I only need one pill, and I feel like I haven't spent much time cultivating, but I'm already very close to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. I feel like I'll be able to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial in half a month at most. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood when he sensed that he was close to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. In the 7th Prince's temporary imperial residence, 2 young men sat opposite each other in front of a stone table in a pavilion at the side of the spacious front yard. One of them was Long Qing Yun, the 7th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As for the other person, he wore a black robe and had a cold expression on his face. It was as if the sky had a coffin face. Jiguang, we'll be counting on you in the selection in a month's time. Long Qing Yun smiled at the cold-faced young man. The cold-faced young man was none other than the Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was less than 100 years old that Long Qing Yun, the 7th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, had poached from the Grand Prestige Mansion. The truth was the same as what most people said. Fengwu Jiguang, a Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was not even 100 years old, was sent to Long Qing Yun by the Grand Prestige Mansion. As long as there's no great overarching Golden Celestial who's less than 100 years old, you'll definitely be the first prince in the selection in a month's time. When Fengwu Jiguang spoke, his face was still cold, and his coffin face didn't change. A great overarching Golden Celestial who's less than 100 years old? Long Qingyun smiled faintly when he heard Feng Wu Jiguang's words. There's no such person in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. If there was a great overarching golden celestial who was less than 100 years old in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, it was impossible for Long Qingyun, the seventh prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, to not know about it. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. A great overarching golden celestial. I've finally broken through. Two figures walked out of a room in the courtyard of the 13th prince's imperial residence. Chapter 2748. The two people who came out of the room were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom will select the young powerhouses to participate in the grand contest of the Wasteland in 10 days. It's a good thing that I've become a great overarching golden celestial now. Duan Lingtian had a bright smile on his face. With his strength, even if he had not become a great overarching golden celestial, no one would be a match for him in the selection of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Even the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, who was not even 100 years old in the Grand Prestige Mansion, would not be a match for him if he was not a great overarching golden celestial. Apart from the great overarching pill, Huan Er's divine crystal, and the earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique, that the 13th prince gave me. Ever since Duan Lingtian mastered the earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique, he could feel the difference between the earth-grade cultivation method and the yellow-grade cultivation method. It was like an insurmountable chasm. The difference was like heaven and earth. The difference was like heaven and earth. Huan Er, with your innate talent, the help of the divine crystal, and the medicinal efficacy of the pill in your body, you still haven't broken through? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huan Er. Huan Er's innate talent was not inferior to his. Moreover, with the help of the divine crystal and the medicinal efficacy of the pill her mother had given her, her cultivation speed should not be slow. However, Huan Er was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial after all. She was not a great overarching golden celestial. Brother Lingtian, I had a breakthrough earlier than you. I had a breakthrough 3 months ago, Huan Er said with a smile. Huan Er smiled. Duan Lingtian fell into a daze when he saw her smile. Her beautiful face was like 100 flowers blooming at the same time. You had a breakthrough 3 months ago? Does this mean you're an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial now? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he regained his senses.
Yes.
Huan Er nodded. That's true. You're already a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial when you haven't cultivated for many years. Now that a year has passed, it's not surprising that you've made a breakthrough again. Duan Lingtian calmed down when he thought about Huan Er's age. He felt this was only natural. Brother Lingtian, there's only 10 days left until the selection of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Are you going to continue cultivating in the next 10 days? Huan Er blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked Duan Lingtian in a soft voice. Why? Huan Er, do you want to take a walk? Duan Lingtian's of the overarching of courses of Heavenly Supreme Overarching Huan, S Overarching Heavenly Supreme Huans, Overarching Overarchings. Ling Huan Er's eyes lit up immediately when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian did not inform Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, about their departure since he knew Long Fei Yun would definitely follow them out. Although Duan Lingtian did not inform Long Fei Yun, Chou Ling, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was by Long Fei Yun's side, noticed them as they were leaving. Chou Ling did not hesitate to inform Long Fei Yun about it. Since Brother Duan didn't look for me, it means he doesn't want me to go with him. Chou Ling, follow them and protect them. Don't let anything happen to them. Long Fei Yun looked at Chou Ling solemnly. Whether it was for the sake of being the first prince in the selection or for the sake of his future after Duan Lingtian joined the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, Long Fei Yun would not allow anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. He wanted Duan Lingtian to enter the Martial Dragon Celestial sect and participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest.
Yes.
Chou Ling nodded and left to follow Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Brother Lingtian, Chou Ling is following us, Huan Er said. As soon as Chou Ling caught up to them, Huan Er immediately informed Duan Lingtian about it. Huan Er, It seems like your senses have improved since you've become an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. You were able to detect Xiao Ling's presence so quickly. Duan Lingtian smiled. Although Duan Lingtian could not detect Xiao Ling's presence, he could guess that Xiao Ling was following them. After all, Xiao Ling was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and he would be able to sense their presence. If Xiao Ling knew they had left, he would definitely inform the 13th prince. At that time, the 13th prince would definitely send Xiao Ling to protect them. Duan Lingtian had already guessed this would happen. Therefore, he was not surprised when Huan said Xiao Ling was following them. Brother Lingtian, should we ask him to leave? Huan asked. Although she did not know much about the relationship between a man and a woman, she wanted to be alone with Duan Lingtian. She did not want a third person to ruin this opportunity for her. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Huan Er's thoughts. He shook his head and said, if he wants to follow us, let him follow us. We'll just pretend we didn't notice him. All right. Huan nodded. As Duan Lingtian walked on the streets of the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he overheard many gossips. Among them, there was the rumor that the 7th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had poached the Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the Grand Prestige Mansion and recruited him. Isn't the Violet Sun Golden Celestial from the Grand Prestige Mansion a close relative of the Grand Prestige Mansion? Moreover, it seems like he was nurtured by the Grand Prestige Mansion. He has deep feelings for the Grand Prestige Mansion. Moreover, it's said that he's a grateful person. Why would he betray the Grand Prestige Mansion? It was precisely because Duan Lingtian had heard about this before that he was slightly surprised when he heard the rumors that rang in his ears. However, as the rumors continued to spread, he finally found out what the truth was. As it turns out, the Grand Prestige Mansion intentionally handed that person over to the 7th prince. As long as he represents the 7th prince in the selection in 10 days, he'll be able to obtain a Duke-grade celestial weapon for the 7th prince. Moreover, if the 7th prince wins the selection, it'll greatly benefit his chances of becoming the 7th prince. Duan Lingtian's doubts were dispelled when he heard this. If that was the case, everything made sense. Since my cultivation base has already broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage, I think the remaining celestial fire hidden in the defective metal piece should have left by now, right? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of the celestial fire in his body while he was shopping with Huan. Naturally, he was referring to the gray flame in his body, the chaos divine fire, that he had mistaken for a celestial fire. As expected, the celestial fire has left the defective metal piece. Duan Lingtian looked into his body and discovered that the gray flame had indeed left the defective metal piece. Just as he had expected, the gray flame would leave the defective metal piece after he had broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage. Now, I can control all the celestial fires in my body. The celestial fire should be a mediocre celestial fire now, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a gray flame flickered on his fingertip. Although it only flashed for a moment, Duan Lingtian was certain it was a mediocre celestial fire. His celestial fire was most likely a mediocre celestial fire. If he wanted to be 100% sure it was a mediocre celestial fire, he would have to refine mediocre celestial pills to verify it. Only a celestial fire that could refine mediocre celestial pills could be considered a mediocre celestial fire. However, now is not a good time to refine pills. For this reason, Duan Lingtian quickly regained his senses and continued to accompany Huan. Although he was eager to refine pills, he suppressed his urge to do so. After all, he was not in a hurry. Moreover, it was rare for Huan to be in such a good mood. He did not want to interrupt her. Time continued to pass, and it did not take long for Duan Lingtian to finish shopping with Huan. After finishing their dinner in a restaurant, they walked out of the restaurant and prepared to return to the 13th prince's temporary residence in the imperial palace. The moment Duan Lingtian stepped out of the restaurant's entrance, he felt goosebumps all over his body without any warning. In the next moment, he discovered that the gray flame in his body had actually become restless without him controlling it, as if it had sensed something. When Duan Lingtian instinctively tried to control the gray flame in his body, the chaos divine flame, which he regarded as a mediocre-grade celestial fire, the chaos divine flame sent him a message, prompting him to look at the other end of the street. There was an old man in a black robe standing there. The old man's body was thin, and his face was emaciated. However, his eyes were filled with vigor. The black robe he wore was not an ordinary robe, because there were balls of flames embroidered on the black robe. Those flames formed the word Qian on the black robe. It was none other than the celestial master's robe that was given to mediocre celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen by the alliance of celestial masters in the Devata realms. This was enough to show that the old man was either a mediocre celestial alchemist or a mediocre celestial craftsman. Profound divine metal. It's also a second form primal chaos divine flame. You want me to devour it and make it a part of me? At that time, I'll enter the third form, and I'll be able to help you devour second form profound divine metals. Duan Lingtian's body suddenly emitted such a voice, scaring Duan Lingtian out of his wits. He could vaguely identify the source of the voice. It was none other than the gray flame in his body that he thought was a mediocre celestial fire. Chapter 2749. In fact, if I enter the third form, I might even be able to help you devour and assimilate a third form profound divine metal. Duan Ling Tian's voice resonated again from the gray flame. His voice was filled with temptation. However, Duan Ling Tian knew the voice was not here. He knew the voice was not trying to seduce him. After all, he did not understand what the voice was saying at all. This was the first time he had heard of the profound divine metal and the primal chaos divine flame. I'll help you. While Duan Ling Tian was still in a daze, he noticed another voice resonating in his body. Moreover, this voice did not come from the wisp of gray flame in his body. Instead, it came from the defective metal piece at the side of his soul. What are they? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he discovered the gray flame and the defective metal piece were talking to each other. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he did not expect the gray flame and the defective metal piece in his body could speak. Brother Lingtian, be careful. At this moment, Huan Er's anxious voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered Huan Er had appeared in front of him and shielded him. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the old man in the sky. The old man in the celestial master's robe with the word Qin was charging toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was certain he had never seen this old man before this. However, the old man looked as though he had killed Duan Lingtian's father and wife. An overarching, heavenly, supreme, celestial. Duan Lingtian could tell the old man was not a weak, overarching, heavenly, supreme, celestial. You want to kill Brother Lingtian? I'll send you on your way first. A murderous glint flashed across Huan Er's beautiful eyes as she faced the black-robed old man. As soon as she finished speaking, a chilling aura surged out of her body. It was so cold that it seemed to freeze the air around her. Whoosh! Cold air filled the air as waves of icy aura spread out, causing the group of people on the street in front of the restaurant to feel as if winter had arrived. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the black-robed old man was enveloped by Huan Er's cold energy. At first, the black-robed old man was barely able to resist, but after a while, no! Accompanied by an unwilling scream, the black-robed old man's entire body was invaded by the cold qi, and he was frozen into an ice sculpture, completely devoid of life. Bang! A loud bang rang out as the sound of something shattering began to spread throughout the void. Huan raised her hand and shot out a palm strike at the frozen old man, shattering him into millions of ice shards that fell to the ground. The sound of ice shards hitting the ground could be heard clearly. As soon as Huan shattered the frozen black-robed old man, swoosh! In the sky, a gray streak of light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning as it shot towards Duan Lingtian at an extremely exaggerated speed. Brother Lingtian. As soon as she regained her senses, the streak of gray light shot into Duan Ling Tian's body like a gangrene. The gray streak of light was so fast that even Huan only saw a flash of gray light. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Qiu Ling, who had been following Duan Lingtian and Huan appeared at this moment. He looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly as the gray streak of light entered Duan Lingtian's body. The gray streak of light was so fast that even Qiu Ling could not see it clearly. Not to mention he was far away earlier. Even if he followed closely behind Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to block the gray light for Duan Lingtian. Useless thing. Fortunately, I attained the second form 1,000 years ago. The chaos divine flame in this brat's body has only attained the second form less than 100 years ago. Otherwise, I would have died because of you. As soon as the gray streak of light entered Duan Lingtian's body, a voice rang from inside Duan Lingtian's body. Moreover, this voice came from the gray streak of light, unlike the voices from the gray streak of light and the incomplete metal piece. Brother Lingtian, are you all right? Huan asked worriedly as she looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, she had seen the gray streak of light enter Duan Lingtian's body with her own eyes. Qiu Ling looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly, worried that Duan Lingtian would suddenly collapse. If something happened to Duan Lingtian, it would be difficult for him to explain himself to the 13th prince. I'm fine. I'm fine. Upon hearing Huan words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He shook his head, not feeling any discomfort at all. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the voice that rang from inside his body. If it was only me who had attained the second form less than 100 years ago, even if you lost your host body, you would indeed not be a match for you who had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years. However, do you think that I, the host, am the only chaos divine flame that has attained the second form less than 100 years ago? The voice came from the gray streak of light in Duan Lingtian's body. It's a celestial fire as well? At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the gray streak of light in his body was also a gray streak of light. The gray light that had entered his body was actually a wisp of gray flame, and the aura it exuded was very similar to the original wisp of gray flame in his body, except that the aura was deeper and more powerful. Stop trying to be mysterious. The gray streak of light that had just entered Duan Lingtian's body scoffed coldly as it spoke to the gray streak of light in Duan Lingtian's body. You'll find out soon enough whether I'm trying to be mysterious or not. The gray streak of light in Duan Lingtian's body, the chaos divine flame, that had attained the second form less than 100 years ago, said to the gray streak of light that had attained the second form more than 1,000 years ago, I'll devour and assimilate you now. I'll destroy your consciousness. As soon as the chaos divine flame that had attained the second form more than 1,000 years ago finished speaking, it charged toward the gray streak of light in Duan Lingtian's body at an extremely fast speed. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic beast as it charged toward the gray streak of light. Profound divine metal, help me. At this moment, the wisp of gray flame in Duan Lingtian's body cried out in a timely manner. Profound divine metal? The chaos divine flame that had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years slowed down when it heard the cry of the gray streak of light that had attained the second form less than 100 years ago. Swoosh! At this moment, under Duan Lingtian's inner vision, the defective metal piece that was hidden in his soul suddenly transformed into a ray of golden light that shot toward the chaos divine flame that had been in its second form for more than 1,000 years. Whoosh! At the same time, he discovered the gray streak of light that was originally hidden in his body suddenly surged toward the gray streak of light that had just entered his body. Damn it! How can there be a second form profound divine metal here? The primal chaos divine flame, which had been in its second form for over 1,000 years, was slowly becoming more confident. However, when it spoke again, there was a hint of fear in its voice. Among the 5 divine elements, the chaos divine flame was the bane of the profound divine metal due to the fact that fire countered metal. Under normal circumstances, it would be easy for the chaos divine flame that had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years to defeat the profound divine metal that had attained the second form less than 100 years ago. However, there was a problem. Currently, There was another Chaos Divine Flame that had attained the second form, eyeing the Chaos Divine Flame covetously. Even if the Chaos Divine Flame had attained the second form for more than 10,000 years, it was still no match for the Chaos Divine Flame. Unless it was a third form Chaos Divine Flame. Profound Divine Metal. If you help me devour and assimilate it, I'll definitely help you attain the third form in the future. The wisp of Chaos Divine Flame, which had been in its second form for more than 1,000 years, hurriedly sent an invitation to the Profound Divine Metal. It wanted the Profound Divine Metal to help it destroy the wisp of Chaos Divine Flame that had been in its second form for less than 100 years. However, the Profound Divine Metal did not reply to the Chaos Divine Flame. No, the Chaos Divine Flame that had attained the second form for more than 1,000 years was powerless against the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame. It did not last long before it was devoured and assimilated by the Profound Divine Metal. This caused the gray flame in Duan Lingtian's body to grow even stronger. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when a wave of heat spread throughout his body due to the sudden increase in the gray flame. It was as though there was a wave of scorching energy pulling his body with all its might and was about to burst his body. Circulate your cultivation technique. The Profound Divine Metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. After a moment of shock, Duan Lingtian hurriedly activated the Earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly vast firmament technique that the 13th prince had given to him. He circulated his celestial origin energy through his 99 heavenly veins. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had been observing his body, saw that the Chaos Divine Metal had shattered. The mysterious light around the broken piece of metal shone brightly, and a golden current flowed out of it. It merged with his celestial core power and circulated along his 99 heavenly veins. Relax your body. I'll help you temper your body until it's comparable to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, so you can withstand the third form of the Chaos Divine Flame. Fortunately, you have 99 heavenly veins and 99 saint veins that have been tempered in the celestial ascension pool. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to withstand my tempering. Chapter 2750. Huan protect me with Qiu Ling, don't let anyone disturb me. Upon hearing the Profound Divine Metal's solemn voice, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Huan and Qiu Ling to protect him. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's anxious voice, both Huan and Qiu Ling did not dare to be negligent. With just a wave of her hand, a gust of cold wind blew at Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, 4 walls made of ice appeared around Duan Lingtian, shielding him from the outside world. Although the ice wall was extremely cold, under Huan control, it did not allow any of it to get close to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was able to focus on what he was doing inside the ice wall without being affected by the cold. Why you? You killed the old prince of Golden Light Mansion. At this moment, the middle-aged servant who was standing next to the black-robed old man finally regained his senses. He looked at Huan in disbelief as he spoke in a trembling voice. The old prince of Golden Light Mansion? As the middle-aged servant spoke, the surrounding passers-by who were originally deathly silent also came back to their senses one after another, revealing shocked expressions on their faces. That black-clad old man is the old prince of Golden Light Mansion? I heard the old prince of Golden Light Mansion is not only a yellow-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he's also an outstanding mediocre celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman. I've also heard about the old prince of Golden Light Mansion. It's said that his mediocre celestial fire is very unique. It's both tough and soft. It can be used to refine pills and forge weapons. It's a rare celestial fire. The old prince of Golden Light Mansion has quite a temper. If he finds out his father was killed on the street, I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest. This white-clad woman must have an extraordinary background. After all, she's very strong. Since she could kill the old prince of Golden Light Mansion so easily, it means she's much stronger than the old prince of Golden Light Mansion. When the passers-by found out that the black-clothed old man who had just been killed was actually the old prince of Golden Light Mansion, they could not help but discuss spiritedly. Most of them felt that given the temper of the old prince of Golden Light Mansion, today's matter would not be settled peacefully. The old prince of Golden Light Mansion? After learning the identity of the black-robed old man, Xiaoling couldn't help but frown. As far as he knew, the Golden Light Mansion seemed to be very close to the fourth prince, one of the 13th prince's sworn enemies. Anyone who wants to kill Brother Ling Tian deserves to die. Upon hearing the middle-aged servant's words, Huan glanced at him coldly through the veil that covered half of her eyes. Now, you better pray that my brother Ling Tian is fine. If anything happens to my brother Ling Tian, I'll annihilate the entire Golden Light Mansion. Annihilate the entire Golden Light Mansion. As soon as the words left her mouth, the surroundings fell silent again. Huan Er's cold voice entered the ears of the people in the surroundings, causing them to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. This young miss, Xiaoling smiled bitterly when he heard Huan Er's words. However, he knew this young miss was someone who would do what she said. He was able to discern how much she cared about Duan Ling Tian. It was a care that completely surpassed everything else, including her own life. No matter who it is, if I can have such a confidant in my life, I'll have no regrets even if I die. Xiaoling sighed inwardly. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the situation outside. Currently, his face was distorted, and the flesh and bones all over his body were trembling nonstop. He only felt as if his entire body was being bitten by millions of ants. That kind of extreme pain, to the point where he wished he was dead, caused him to be on the verge of collapse several times. Fortunately, he gritted his teeth and endured it step by step. During this process, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the changes in his bones and flesh. The changes were similar to the changes he had experienced when he had just become a great overarching golden celestial. However, there were more changes. He could feel his flesh and bones had become much stronger. It was not something an ordinary great overarching golden celestial could compare to. Time continued to pass by. The profound divine metal continued to temper Duan Ling Tian's body as though it was tireless. Duan Ling Tian, who had just become a great overarching golden celestial, had a body as strong as an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A great overarching golden celestial was much stronger than a golden celestial due to the qualitative change in his celestial origin energy and the strength of his body. This was also the reason why an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was much stronger than a great overarching golden celestial. Father! Accompanied by a mournful and vigorous cry of grief, a curly-bearded man wearing a crimson coat rushed over in a hurry. The curly-bearded man was tall and burly like an iron tower. His brows and eyes were as sharp as a tiger's. Coupled with the majestic aura he exuded, he looked majestic and awe-inspiring. However, at this moment, this majestic curly-bearded man's eyes were burning with fury as he looked at the shattered corpses that were mixed with ice shards all over the ground. His curly-bearded face also began to twitch violently. He was extremely furious. Who did this? The curly-bearded man was none other than the master of the Golden Light Mansion, the Golden Light King, Golden Tiger. As soon as he spoke, Golden Tiger had already arrived in front of the middle-aged servant who was standing next to the old prince of the Golden Light Mansion. He grabbed the servant's collar and lifted him up. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It was as easy as an eagle catching a chick. Your Highness, it's her. It's her. The middle-aged servant was so frightened that his face turned pale. He pointed at Huan who was standing in front of the ice wall, and spoke in a trembling voice. Why did you kill my father? Jean Hu asked coldly as he tossed the middle-aged servant to the side. His expression was dark as he looked at Huan His strength was not much stronger than his father's. Since Huan could kill his father, it was only natural that she could kill him as well. For this reason, he did not make a move immediately. He knew he was no match for Huan However, Huan ignored the Golden Tiger's question. This caused the Golden Tiger's expression to darken even more. Golden Light King. At this moment, Xiaoling looked at Golden Tiger and said indifferently, everyone here can testify that your father was the one who made the first move. We were only trying to protect ourselves. Miss Huan killed your father. Your father only has himself to blame. Who are you? In fact, before the golden tiger had come here, he had already learned the whole story through the celestial message talisman that the middle-aged servant had sent him. However, how could he, the Golden Light King, the master of Golden Light Mansion, let his father be killed so easily? My name is Ling, and I'm on the 13th Prince's side. Ling continued to speak indifferently. The 13th Prince. Ling's words caused an uproar in the surroundings. So they're on the 13th Prince's side. Many people exclaimed in surprise. It seems like the old prince of Golden Light Mansion has kicked an iron plate this time. He failed to kill the 13th Prince's men and was killed instead. He only has himself to blame. I'm afraid the Golden Light King will have to swallow this bitter pill. I wonder why the old prince of Golden Light Mansion would kill the 13th Prince's men. Is there a grudge between them? Even if there's a grudge between them, the 13th Prince's men shouldn't have acted so rashly, right? The onlookers discussed among themselves, puzzled by the black-clad old man's actions. They did not know why he had acted so rashly. The 13th Prince? As expected, Golden Tiger's expression darkened when he heard Ling's words. His eyes flashed as he took out a communication celestial talisman. No one knew who he was sending a message to. The Golden Light King is still looking for someone at this time? Who can he look for? He's on the 13th Prince's side after all. In the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, apart from the Emperor and the senior members of the Imperial family, the only people who would dare to go against the 13th Prince are the 4th Prince, the 7th Prince, and the 4th Miss of the Zhou clan. I wonder who he's looking for. I heard the Golden Light King is close to the 4th Prince. In my opinion, he's trying to get the 4th Prince to come here. He's trying to get the 4th Prince to come here? It seems like there's going to be a good show today. It was not difficult to guess the Golden Light King was trying to contact the 4th Prince of the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The 4th Prince? Ling raised an eyebrow. However, he was not flustered at all. He did not even try to contact the 13th Prince. Why aren't they using communication celestial talismans? Aren't they going to contact the 13th Prince? Many people were puzzled when they realized Ling and Huan had no intention of using communication celestial talismans. Did they think the three of them were strong enough to go against the 4th Prince? Your Highness, the 4th Prince. Soon after, Long Xiangyun, the 4th Prince of the Imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, arrived. He only brought an old man with him. The Golden Tiger King, the Golden Light King, immediately went up to greet him respectfully. Golden Light King, you said the old king was killed by my 13th brother's men? Long Xiangyun's expression was unsightly when he arrived. Although the Golden Light Mansion's strength was limited, it was still useful to him in his quest for the throne. For this reason, he had always maintained a good relationship with the Golden Light Mansion. Almost everyone in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom knew about his relationship with the Golden Light Mansion. When Long Xiangyun heard the old king was killed by the 13th Prince's men, he felt a burning sensation on his face. It was as though he had been slapped in the face. A man lives by his face, and a tree lives by its bark. As the 4th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, his reputation was more important than anything else. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.